What if I told you that you've never truly touched anything? That most of your body isn't even human? That time itself flows slower for those who move faster? And that empty space is anything but empty? These aren't thought experiments. They're real, unsettling truths backed by science. Over the next 4 hours, you won't just learn new facts. You'll feel your understanding of reality slowly come undone. So if you're ready to question what you see, doubt what you remember, and confront what you've always believed, tap like, hit subscribe, and take the first step into a version of reality you were never meant to notice. You never touch anything. Electrons always repel. You think you're touching the world. Your fingers brush a tabletop. Your feet press into the floor. You hug someone, grip a doorknob, hold a pen. Every moment of your life seems filled with contact, one thing meeting another, skin against skin, object against object. But what if that's all an illusion? What if, in the strictest physical sense, you've never actually touched anything? Not once. Not the clothes on your body. Not the chair beneath you. Not even the people you love most. Because at the smallest scale, the atomic level, contact doesn't work the way you think it does. There are no solid surfaces rubbing against each other. There is no physical interlocking. What you feel as touch is actually a force, specifically the electromagnetic repulsion between electrons. Every atom in your body is made up of electrons, and so is everything you think you're touching. But electrons don't like to share space. They repel each other, fiercely, relentlessly, always. And that means every time your hand seems to press against something, what's really happening is a standoff, a barrier of negative charges pushing back, resisting overlap, like two magnets of the same pole refusing to meet no matter how hard you press. The sensation you call touch isn't a connection, it's resistance. It's your electrons and the object's electrons saying, no closer. And in that invisible rejection lies the truth. You never truly make contact. Not with a wall, not with the earth, not even with another person's skin. You are a ghost walking through a ghostly world, never truly colliding, always hovering just above. This is more than just a quirky science fact. It's a fundamental reality of the universe. Because matter, when you really zoom in, is almost entirely empty space. An atom is over 99.99% nothing. Its nucleus is unimaginably small, and the electrons that orbit it are like distant satellites circling a city-sized dot. Most of what you think of as solid is really a structure of fields and probabilities. When you sit on a chair, you're not resting on a cushion. You're levitating, ever so slightly, above a surface that's pushing back with equal force. Quantum mechanics tells us that the Pauli exclusion principle prevents electrons from occupying the same quantum state, and this, coupled with electromagnetic repulsion, is what keeps your atoms from melting into the atoms of the things around you. You don't merge, you don't embed, you bounce. Every experience of pressure, of weight, of contact is a lie, constructed by your nervous system, interpreting a force as a feeling. You think you press the keys on your keyboard, but really your electrons are being rejected by its surface, and your brain translates that repulsion into the tactile illusion of touch. And that illusion is so complete, so convincing, that you build your entire life around it, your sense of reality, of connection, of intimacy. Yet beneath it all is distance, a gap that never closes. Think about what that means, not just for physics, but for you, for how you understand your body, yourself, your place in the world. You are made of particles that will never truly meet anything. You exist in a shell of refusal. Everything you interact with, everything, stays ever so slightly out of reach. And yet, your experience says otherwise. You feel the warmth of a hand in yours. You sense the solidity of the ground. You believe in the firmness of a hug. These experiences are real to you, deeply real, emotionally charged, but they're also, on some level, projections. Your brain creating the illusion of contact based on electrical signals triggered by fields that never truly collide. You are a mind interpreting boundaries that never break. And this gap between physical truth and lived experience raises profound questions about perception. about embodiment, about the very nature of what it means to exist in a physical world. If you never truly touch anything, then what is closeness? What is connection? What is intimacy, when all of it is mediated by invisible forces and nervous system approximations? This strange truth, that you are forever at arm's length from the world, extends beyond mere touch. It speaks to the human condition, because haven't you always felt, deep down, a kind of distance, a subtle separation between yourself and everything else? You look at the world through your eyes, listen through your ears, but there's always a membrane, a thin film of subjectivity between you and whatever you're experiencing. You try to bridge it, through conversation, through love, through art, but it remains, a persistent reminder that your perception is not the thing itself, but a rendering. And now, physics agrees. You don't touch the world, you simulate touching it. And if that's true, then every experience, every handshake, every kiss, every step is a negotiation with a boundary that never breaks. But there's beauty in that too, because what your body cannot do, what your particles refuse to allow, your mind does anyway. It invents contact, it turns repulsion into connection, it weaves sensation out of electromagnetic deflection, and in doing so, it creates a world where meaning is possible, where love is felt, where presence matters, even in the absence of true touch. You may never close the physical gap between you and another person, but emotionally, cognitively, you can still feel close, maybe closer than atoms would ever allow. And perhaps that's the deeper truth, that closeness isn't defined by collision, but by resonance, not by physical overlap, but by mutual acknowledgement, by shared attention, by empathy. And so, in a world where nothing truly touches, meaning still touches everything, including you. Let this sink in. The next time your hand rests on someone's shoulder or your foot hits the ground, remember, it's not the atoms that connect, it's the illusion that binds us. And that illusion, crafted through physics, perception, and meaning, is not a weakness of the human condition. It's the triumph of it. You live in a world where touch doesn't exist, and yet you touch lives. You reach people. You make an impact. Even when your atoms keep their distance, your presence doesn't. And that, perhaps, is the most human paradox of all, that we never touch anything, and yet we're never truly alone. You replace almost every atom in your body, every 7 years. You think of yourself as a continuous being, one thread, one story, one unbroken self moving through time. But that feeling, that sense of permanence, is not rooted in physical reality. Because physically speaking, you are not the same person you were 7 years ago, not metaphorically, not emotionally, literally. Nearly every atom in your body, the ones that make up your bones, your blood, your brain, your beating heart, has been replaced, swapped out, exhaled, shed, renewed, rebuilt. You are not carved from stone. You are a river in motion, a pattern of particles flowing through a temporary container. The cells of your skin flake away. Your organs regenerate. Even the calcium in your skeleton cycles out. The very substance of you is impermanent, and yet you remain. Or at least, something that feels like you does. The person reading this, the person you believe yourself to be, is not constructed from the same matter as the one who laughed, cried, failed, or triumphed 7 years ago. That person is gone, dissolved into dust, flushed into the earth, scattered into the breath of others. And yet, you remember. You still carry their regrets, their hopes, their wounds. You believe yourself to be the same. But how can that be if nothing in you stayed? Science calls it atomic turnover, a constant dance of matter moving through you. Carbon from the food you eat, oxygen from the air you breathe, hydrogen from every drop of water. These atoms don't stay, they visit, they pass through, and as they do, they form the temporary scaffolding of you. Your muscles rebuild from the protein of distant plants and animals. Your thoughts fire through neural circuits lined with phosphorus from oceans you've never seen. The iron in your blood might have once pulsed in the veins of something long dead, long forgotten. You are, at every level, borrowed. A temporary arrangement of eternal pieces. And when those pieces leave you, they do not die. They move on. They become part of someone else or something else. You are not a fixed object. You are a process. An ongoing story told through changing characters who share the same name. Your body is not a thing. It is an event. And this truth is staggering. Not just because it rewrites how we think about the body, but because it shatters the illusion of a static self. We live as if we are fixed, as if who we are is a consistent entity stretching from childhood to now, from now to old age. We cling to identity as if it were anchored in matter. But identity, it turns out, is more like music. It exists not in the notes, but in the arrangement. Not in the atoms, but in the structure. And that structure is constantly shifting, adapting, evolving. You are not the matter that composes you. You are the pattern it follows. Like a flame that never holds the same smoke, or a whirlpool that's made of water always moving on. You exist not in what you're made of, but in how you're made. That means your essence is not in your flesh. It's in your form, in the continuity of movement, in the habits you repeat, in the memories you retain, in the values you live by, even as your body becomes a revolving door of the universe's materials. And yet, even knowing this, we fear change. We resist the idea of becoming someone new, even though we're doing it constantly. Your body betrays the illusion of permanence every day, and still you act as if you're trapped in the person you were yesterday. But why? If the atoms don't stay, why should the shame? If your cells can be new, why can't your sense of self? We treat identity like a cage, but biology says it's a current. If the you from 7 years ago is physically gone, then isn't it fair to let go of their failures too? Their fear? Their limitations? Isn't it fair to forgive them? Because you're not them anymore. And isn't that the secret buried inside this science? That transformation isn't just possible, it's inevitable. That you don't have to reinvent yourself. You already are. Right now. This very second. Even as you breathe, atoms are leaving. New ones are arriving. You are both dying and being born. You are both departure and arrival. All the time. And this process doesn't end with you. Because the atoms that once formed you will go on. You are not a closed system. You are porous. You exhale yourself into the sky. You sweat yourself into the air. You shed yourself onto everything you touch. And those atoms move on. Some settle into the soil. Some feed the roots of trees. Some drift into the lungs of others. One day, a breath you once took might animate someone else's laughter. A carbon atom from your muscle might power the flight of a bird. You are not separate from the world. You are its participant, its temporary shape. And maybe that's the quiet comfort in all this, that your disappearance is not an end, but a redistribution. You don't vanish. You dissolve. You return. You continue, not as one form, but as many. And in that way you are immortal, not in soul, but in substance, not in memory, but in motion. So the next time you feel stuck, the next time you feel small, the next time you believe you can't change, remember this. Change is your default state. Reinvention is not an ambition. It's a biological fact. The past version of you is already gone. The future one is being built, and the present you, a fragile bridge between the two. And like any bridge, it is not designed to stay still. It is meant to carry you forward. Let it. Let go of the need to be consistent. Let go of the myth that you must stay the same to be real. Because the most real thing about you is your ability to change, to grow, to rebuild. And if nearly every atom in your body can be new, then perhaps, just perhaps, your story can be too. You're taller in the morning than at night. You wake up a little taller than you were the day before, by a few millimeters, maybe half a centimeter. But taller nonetheless, your body stretched to its full length after hours of lying still, untouched by the weight of the world. And yet, as the day begins, that extra height begins to disappear, quietly, relentlessly. By the time you fall back into bed, you are shorter, not just in feeling, but in fact, measurably compressed, not by emotion or metaphor, but by gravity itself. All day long, the cartilage between your spinal discs, soft like shock absorbers, slowly flattens under the pressure of standing, sitting, walking, being, your own weight pushing down on itself. The physical toll of existence etching itself invisibly into your posture. And though the difference is slight, the meaning is immense. Because this isn't just about biology. This is a metaphor in motion, a quiet truth about how time shapes you, how living compresses you, how the mere act of enduring the day makes you smaller in ways you rarely notice. Until one morning, you wake up not just shorter, but older, less flexible, more tired. The tower bends, not from a single storm, but from the relentless pull of time. Think about it. You begin each morning expanded, restored, having floated slightly in your sleep, free from compression, suspended in rest. It is, in a way, the purest version of your body's form, your unburdened height. But the moment you stand, gravity reclaims you. Slowly, hour by hour, the spaces in your spine narrow. The microcushions of your body yield to pressure. And what's astonishing isn't just that this happens, it's that it happens silently, without pain, without alarm, without announcement. You go through your day, responding to emails, walking through hallways, laughing at something you've already forgotten. And beneath it all, your body is sinking into itself, not collapsing, but compressing, losing space, losing softness. And this silent surrender isn't just physical, it's emotional, mental, existential. Because aren't we all, in some way, taller in the morning? Aren't we all a little more hopeful, more open, more expanded before the day starts pressing down? Before the decisions, the disappointments, the noise, the headlines, the glances that cut a little too deep. Each moment of the day adds weight, and by nightfall, you feel it, not just in your spine, but in your spirit. This is what time does, not all at once, but incrementally. Not with violence, but with persistence. It compresses, it narrows, it wears away the margins. And we learn to adapt. We slouch a little more. We sigh a little louder. We stop standing as tall, not just physically, but emotionally. We compromise, defer again, and we forget the original shape of ourselves, the one that woke up taller, fuller, unburdened. But maybe what matters isn't the compression itself, but the rhythm it creates. Because if gravity pulls you down every day, then sleep lifts you back up. If the world presses you smaller, your rest stretches you back out. There is hope in that cycle, renewal in that pattern. Maybe you shrink with the sun, but you rise again with it, even if it's only by a few millimeters, even if it's only symbolic, even if it's only enough to remind you that recovery is real. Still, there's a lesson here that runs deeper than biomechanics. It's about pressure, about how the weight of existence doesn't have to be catastrophic to leave a mark. Most people aren't crushed by a single trauma. They're compressed by 1,000 tiny ones, 1,000 disappointments, rejections, silences. You don't need a collapse to feel smaller. You just need time. The slow burn of doing too much for too long. The erosion of joy into obligation. The gentle way dreams shrink to fit the mold of what's expected. And this is why noticing matters. Noticing how the body changes, how even your spine tells the story of your days, teaches you to pay attention to the smaller shifts, the quiet surrenders, the way you start apologizing more often, the way you stop asking certain questions, the way you become efficient instead of curious. That's your inner cartilage thinning. That's your soul growing shorter. But what if you could reverse it? Not just physically, but emotionally. What if you could create moments during the day that stretch you back out? What if you could pause long enough to expand, to breathe, to remember the morning version of yourself, the one who hadn't yet been pulled down by the gravitational tug of responsibility, insecurity, comparison? Because maybe height isn't just about distance from the ground. Maybe it's about space from heaviness. Maybe it's about reclaiming lightness. And maybe you can find that lightness not by escaping the world, but by allowing yourself small moments of unwaiting, a laugh with a friend, a silent moment by a window, a walk where you don't check your phone. These are your emotional spinal discs, your daily shock absorbers, your protection against the flattening. So the next time you wake up, pay attention. Stand tall, not just in body, but in awareness. Feel the extra millimeter. Know that it's there. Know that it's real. Know that it's not just height, but a metaphor, a symbol of how you begin each day restored, how you begin each day renewed. And as you move through the hours and the world starts pressing back, don't just surrender to the compression. Fight for the space between. Fight for the space inside. Because yes, you end the day shorter, but you don't have to end it smaller. You don't have to let the weight define you. You can carry it differently. You can stretch. You can breathe. You can rebuild. Night is not the end. It's just the closing of a loop. And tomorrow, you rise again, taller. Even if just for a moment. Even if only enough to remember who you are when the world forgets to push. You've never seen your own face. Only reflections or photos. You think you know what you look like. You think you've seen your face. In mirrors. In selfies. In the accidental glance at your own video feed before a call. You think that what you see is you. But it's not. Not really. Because here's the truth, strange as it sounds, you have never actually seen your own face. Not once, not with your eyes, not directly. You've seen reflections, projections, recordings, representations. But your real face, the one other, people see when they look at you, remains a mystery. To you. Always. You are the only person in your life who has never come face to face with your own expression. You are the painter of a portrait you're not allowed to view without mirrors. You are the subject of a photograph you can never pose for in person, and yet you believe you know how you appear. You recognize your face in pictures. You wince at bad angles, adjust your hair, practice smiles. But these are not observations. They are interpretations. Reversed, framed, frozen. They are echoes, bouncing back at you through the medium of glass or lens or screen. But the direct experience, the raw, unfiltered image of yourself as others see you, has never been yours, and never will be. That sounds trivial at first, maybe even poetic, but it's not. It's unsettling because it forces you to confront a deeper reality that your sense of self, your image, your identity, your presence is always mediated, always inferred. You are, quite literally, constructing your idea of yourself from secondhand data. The mirror flips you, the photo frames you, the camera distorts you. Even your reflection in someone's eyes is curved by the lens of their biology. You live your entire life as the protagonist of your story, but you've never seen what others see when they look at their main character. Imagine if a sculptor could only feel the clay and never step back to see the sculpture. That's what you are. A builder of something you can only guess at. A being known more fully by others than by yourself. And still, we chase the image. We seek it in mirrors, obsess over selfies, scroll through tagged photos trying to reconcile what we think we are with what the world shows us. But every glimpse is a filtered one, distorted by angles, lighting, context, emotion. And none of it is truth. It's all a performance caught in fragments, but it goes deeper than sight, because if you've never seen your real face, maybe you've never fully known who you are either. Maybe your self-image, the one you carry in your mind, is a collage of feedback loops, compliments that stuck, criticisms that echoed, childhood memories that sculpted how you think you come across. You're not just blind to your appearance, you're blind to your effect. You walk through the world not knowing how your smile lands, how your voice sounds in the ears of others, how your presence shifts a room. You guess. You adapt. You apologize or amplify based on the reactions you've been trained to expect. But the true impact of you, the unfiltered impression, exists only outside your perception. Everyone else is walking around with a version of you in their minds. Some soft, some sharp, some shaped by years, some by a single interaction. You live in all those minds, in all those mirrors, in all those reflections, but you don't live in your own in the same way. And that asymmetry creates a haunting truth, that you are simultaneously the most familiar and the most mysterious person in your own life. And so, We become obsessed with control. We practice angles in photos. We check mirrors before we speak. We rehearse how to smile, how to nod, how to appear effortless. Not because we're vain, but because we're terrified. Terrified of being misunderstood, of looking wrong, of appearing out of sync with how we want to be seen. But this effort, this performance, this endless curating of our own reflection, it never closes the gap. Because no matter how carefully you present yourself, the person you want to be will never fully overlap with the person others perceive. There will always be a distance, a distortion, a warping of the image. You are the only person who can never see their face without a filter. And maybe that's why we feel so fragile in front of cameras, so uneasy in crowds, so anxious before a mirror. Not because we are insecure, but because we are blind. Blind to our own form, blind to how we land, blind to how we belong. But there's a strange kind of mercy in this blindness, because it means that your truest self, the one unedited, unposed, unwatched, lives in the moments when you're not trying, when you're laughing at something dumb, when you're comforting someone without worrying about how you look, when you're absorbed in a task and the mirror is forgotten. In those moments, you become real, not curated, not refracted, not polished, just present. And though you may never see what that looks like, others do. And sometimes, just sometimes, their eyes soften when they see it. Because in those rare moments, you are no longer watching yourself from the outside. You are simply being. And that is the version of you they remember. Not the perfect photo, not the mirror pose, but the unguarded you. The one you cannot see. And yet somehow, paradoxically, the one that is most truly you. So maybe the goal isn't to capture your face. Maybe it's to live in such a way that you stop needing to. Maybe the person you're searching for in mirrors doesn't live in your appearance at all, but in your attention, in your kindness, in your laughter, in your stillness. Maybe the mirror never told the truth because it wasn't designed to. Maybe your real face is something you give, not something you see. And maybe you can rest, finally, knowing that being unseen by yourself doesn't make you less real. It makes you human. It makes you mysterious. It makes you whole. Because if you are the only portrait you can never observe without distortion, then perhaps the point was never to see, but to live as art in motion, felt by others, seen through action, mirrored not in glass, but in connection. Colors don't exist outside your brain. They're interpretations. You think you see the world as it is, a blue sky, a green forest, a ripe red apple waiting to be picked. Color feels real, undeniable, like a fundamental part of the physical world itself. But what if I told you that color doesn't live out there at all? That there is no red in the apple, no blue in the sky, no green in the leaves, not in any objective sense. Those colors don't exist in the world. They exist in your brain. What you call color is not a property of the objects around you, but a private, silent translation of invisible information. Light bounces off surfaces, and your eyes collect the wavelengths. But the waves themselves are just energy, just vibration, just frequency. There's no hue in them, no warmth, no glow. The color is born only when that frequency collides with your mind. It's your brain that paints the world, and it does so using a palette that no one else can see in exactly the same way. Because color isn't discovered, it's created, synthesized, invented by your perception. You've never seen the world as it is, only as your biology allows you to interpret it. And this interpretation is astonishingly specific. Your eyes contain photoreceptor cells, cones, tuned to certain wavelengths of light, short, medium, long. They respond to what we call blue, green, red, but these are human labels, arbitrary markers assigned to a process far more complex. When light enters your eye, these cones fire electrical signals to your brain. And your brain, with incredible speed, compares the signals, balances the intensities, and generates a color experience. But here's the secret. That experience is not in the light. It's in the computation, in the neural code. The apple reflects certain wavelengths, absorbs others, and your brain interprets the ratio as red. But that red is not in the apple. It's in you. It's a mental sensation, a symbolic reconstruction of data, a best guess made beautiful. And here's what makes it stranger. Different species decode that same light differently. Bees see ultraviolet patterns on flowers invisible to you. Some shrimps see colors you can't even imagine, up to 12 different types of cones compared to your 3. To them, your rainbow is a grayscale, your sky, their fog. And if their perception is different, then whose version is real? The answer, none of them, because there is no color until it is perceived. Color is not the world's truth. It's your mind's fiction, a useful fiction, a survival tool. Your ancestors evolved this ability because it helped them find ripe fruit, avoid poison, spot predators. But the function doesn't change the fact you are living in a filtered simulation, a rendered projection of the electromagnetic spectrum. Your brain is taking invisible radiation and transforming it into meaning, into sensation, into red, into green, into the golden warmth of sunset and the cold steel of a cloudy sky. But step back, and what you're really seeing is energy. Blind, indifferent, chaotic energy. Color is how your brain gives it narrative, structure, personality. It's a language you didn't choose, but one you've spoken your entire life. And that language is subjective. Your red may not be my red, your blue may not be my blue. We point to the same object, nod in agreement, but neither of us knows what the other sees. Not really. Because the experience of color lives in isolation. It cannot be shared. It can only be assumed. And that assumption is the bedrock of all communication. But it goes even deeper. Because if color isn't in the world, then maybe much of what you perceive isn't either. Maybe reality isn't what you see, but what your brain builds in response to stimuli. Maybe what you call experience is a map, not the territory, a reconstruction, a virtual model generated in darkness. Because your brain doesn't sit in sunlight. It sits in the skull, silent and dark. It never sees the world directly. It only receives electrical pulses, and from that limited input, it builds everything. Shape, sound, scent, texture, color. You live not in reality, but in its neural translation, in its narrative. And that means the redness of a rose, the blueness of the sea, the fire of a sunset, all of it is dreamlike. Not because it isn't beautiful, but because it doesn't exist where you think it does. And this changes everything. Because if the world isn't colored until you perceive it, then perception itself becomes sacred. It becomes the place where the world comes alive. Without you, there is no red, no yellow, no gold. The sunset is only glorious when someone watches it. The flower only blooms in color when someone looks. In a very real way, your attention paints the universe. Not with physical pigment, but with meaning, with vibrancy, with experience. And that means you are not just a witness, you are a creator, a co-author of the world's palette. You carry your own prism, and through it, you turn invisible light into emotion, into memory, into beauty. You don't just see the world, you compose it. But this also means that your version of the world is yours alone. And that can be isolating. Because how do you know anyone else sees what you see? You don't. You can describe it. You can point and smile and agree. But you will never know what someone else sees when they look at the same sky. Maybe their blue is your green. Maybe their joy is your melancholy. We use the same words, but live in different realities. And yet, we connect. Somehow, through metaphor, through shared silence, through the act of pointing at beauty and agreeing, not on the sensation, but on the meaning. That's the miracle of human experience. Not that we see the same thing, but that we find each other despite seeing differently. So what is color, really? It's a bridge, a translation, a shared illusion that allows us to navigate the chaos. It's your brain's attempt to organize light into something useful, something rich, something alive. It doesn't exist in photons. It exists in consciousness. And that makes it fragile, ephemeral, a trick that only works while you're here to witness it. But what a trick it is. The idea that the red of a poppy doesn't exist in the flower, but is born in your perception. That's not a loss. That's magic. That's evidence that your mind is not passive. It's generative. It adds. It creates. It interprets. And in doing so, it makes the universe visible. So the next time you see a color that stirs something in you, the blue of a distant mountain, the gold of late afternoon sun, the impossible violet of dusk, remember, that color does not live in the object. It lives in you. You are the canvas. You are the decoder. You are the final step in light's long journey from star to stone to eye to brain. And in that step, the world becomes yours, not in possession, but in perspective, not in ownership, but in authorship. Because what you see is not what is, it's what your brain allows to be seen. And in that space between energy and emotion, between frequency and feeling, lies the quiet truth that the world is colorless until you arrive to color it. Your brain sees the world with a delay. You live in the past. You think you're living in the present. That what you see, hear, and feel is happening now, immediate, live, real time. You walk through the world trusting your senses, assuming they deliver truth with precision and speed. But what if that's not true? What if at every moment of your life, you are actually trailing behind the present, just a little? What if the now you think you're in has already happened by the time you notice it? Because here's the unnerving truth. Your brain is not fast enough to keep up with reality. Everything you perceive, this sentence, the light in the room, the sound of your own breath, has already occurred by the time you experience it. You are always playing catch-up, a fraction of a second behind, like watching a live stream that isn't quite live, where what you see is not what is, but what just was. And the delay is invisible, imperceptible, yet always there. You are living in a curated version of the present, one stitched together by your brain to feel seamless, synchronized, immediate. But it's not. It's a playback, a beautifully orchestrated replay of what already passed. This delay isn't a flaw. It's a feature. Your brain receives raw data from your eyes, ears, skin, and other senses. And that data takes time to travel, to be decoded, to be interpreted, to be integrated into a coherent picture. Neural signals don't teleport. Light hits your retina, and then chemical signals must be converted to electrical ones. These travel through the optic nerve, pass through layers of processing, get mapped into spatial understanding, adjusted for motion, depth, shadow, context. Your brain doesn't just receive, it calculates, it models, it makes assumptions, and that takes time. Just 200 to 500 milliseconds. Half a second give or take. That sounds small, negligible, but it means you never see reality as it is. You see it as it was. You are always a ghost of the present moment, living in the echo of what already happened. And what's stranger still is this. Your brain doesn't show you the delay. It hides it. It fills in the gaps. It adjusts the timing of sound and sight and touch to make everything feel aligned. You clap your hands and hear the sound instantly. Or so it seems. But the sound arrived later than the light. Your brain waited, synchronized, and only then delivered the experience. You don't live in the now. You live in a polished reconstruction of it. And if you think this is just about perception, about milliseconds and neurons, you're missing the deeper truth. Because this delay isn't just sensory. It's existential. It means you've never actually touched the moment you're in. You've only ever touched its shadow, its memory, its residue. You wake up in the morning, stretch your arms, feel the air, look out the window, and already the day has moved on. The sunlight you see left the sun 8 minutes ago. The events you process are already done. Your smile is a reaction to something that no longer exists, and yet you feel present. You feel here. You feel awake. But all of it, all your awareness, is a performance staged just after the curtain has closed. And what does that mean for your sense of self, your decisions, your instincts? When you reach to catch a falling object, you're not reacting to where it is. You're reacting to where it was. Your brain predicts its position based on its velocity and direction, and then moves your hand accordingly. You're not living in the moment. You're anticipating it, guessing it, estimating it, based on slightly outdated data. You are a forecaster pretending to be present. And yet somehow it works. The illusion is convincing. Your brain has mastered the art of delayed coherence. It smooths over time like a digital editor, removing lag from a video. The result feels live, but it's not. It never was. And this becomes terrifying when you realize how much of your life relies on this illusion. Think of how often we talk about being in the moment, about mindfulness, about presence, about the now. But the now doesn't exist, not in any fixed way. By the time you notice a thought, it has already occurred. By the time you feel an emotion, the stimulus has passed. Even the feeling of I am, your identity, your narrative, lags behind the constant stream of bodily and environmental changes. You are a delayed broadcast of yourself, a memory of your own motion, a curated echo, and yet, this echo is all you know. It's your only version of now. But maybe, instead of seeing this as a flaw, we can see it as a revelation. Because if the present is always already gone, then every moment is a memory, soft, temporary, already changing. That means you can never truly capture anything. Not a sunrise, not a kiss, not a pain, not even yourself. Everything slips past before you can name it. And perhaps that is what makes it sacred. The ungraspable nature of time is what gives it value. You are not here to hold the moment. You're here to be moved by it. Even if you're late, even if you never quite catch up. And what does this mean for love, for connection, for regret? If you're always living just behind reality, then the past is not a distant country. It's where you always are. And the future, it's something your brain fabricates to keep you reaching. You are never actually here, but you are always trying to be. And in that trying, you become real. Not because you have perfect timing, but because you keep showing up, even if you're half a second behind. So what do you do with this knowledge? How do you live, knowing you're late to your own life? Maybe you stop trying to hold on. Maybe you stop trying to capture, and instead, you start flowing. You start trusting that your brain, this magnificent delay machine, is doing its best to keep you afloat in a river that never stops moving. You accept that clarity will always be slightly out of sync, that certainty will always lag behind action, that memory is always your only window, and even it is fogged. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough. Because if everything is already past, then maybe the goal isn't to be perfectly present, but to be deeply responsive. To meet each moment not as a fixed truth, but as a living story still catching up to itself. So the next time you feel off, disconnected, late, remember, you always are. You always have been. And that's okay. Because no one lives in the now. We all live in the shimmer behind it. We are all late arrivals to a party that never stops moving. But the music still plays. The lights still glow. And you, beautifully, out of sync, gloriously behind, are still dancing, still reacting, still becoming, even if what you're becoming is already, always, slightly past. Dreams can alter your real-life memories. You think your memories are sacred, that what you've lived, what you've seen, felt, endured, is safely stored, untouchable, locked in the vault of your mind like a museum artifact behind glass. You think the past is fixed, that once something happens, it belongs to a permanent archive somewhere inside you. But what if I told you that the archive is made of clay, not stone? That every time you recall a memory, you risk altering it? That, sometimes, without even recalling it, your brain updates it anyway. And what if I told you that your dreams, those strange, flickering, surreal nighttime stories, are among the most powerful editors of all? Dreams don't just entertain. They don't just process your emotions. They can quietly, invisibly rewrite what you believe to be true. Your memories are not records, they are reconstructions. And every night, while you sleep, your brain becomes a painter, reaching for old images, dipping its brush into dream logic, and adding new strokes to yesterday's truth. You close your eyes thinking you're resting, but behind the curtains of sleep, reality is being retouched. Scientists have known for years that memory is not a perfect replay system. It's a creative process. Each act of remembering is not retrieval, it's rebuilding. Your brain doesn't pull out a pristine file. It assembles fragments, pieces, associations, and when it rebuilds, it does so with the tools available at the time: your current emotions, your biases, your beliefs, your recent experiences, and your dreams. Because dreams, it turns out, don't just pull from memory. They return to it. They revisit it, touch it, tweak it, and in doing so, they leave fingerprints. Imagine your memories as paintings hanging in a gallery. Dreams walk through at night, adding shadows to one, softening the light in another, sometimes replacing whole elements with something symbolic, exaggerated, or completely false. And when you wake, you still see the painting, but something has shifted. You can't quite say what, but the scene feels different. And the more you dream of it, the more your brain integrates the new version as truth. There's a reason trauma survivors sometimes remember events differently over time. A reason why eyewitnesses are notoriously unreliable. A reason you remember a conversation going one way, while the other person swears it happened another. Memory is malleable, and dreams are one of the forces that shape it. This isn't mystical, it's neurological. During REM sleep, when dreams are most vivid, your brain reactivates regions responsible for emotional memory, visual imagery, and abstract association. It's like running a software update on your inner world, except there's no changelog, no warning. You wake up and go on with your day, unaware that something in your personal history has been gently edited. Maybe you now remember someone being colder than they were. Maybe a moment of embarrassment feels more intense, or a comforting image from your dream has bled into a real memory, adding warmth that wasn't originally there. This isn't deception, it's adaptation. Your brain edits to protect you, to prepare you, to make meaning. But this meaning-making comes at a cost. The past becomes unstable, not in a dramatic way, but in soft, subtle shifts that accumulate over time. Think of a photograph left out in the sun. Day by day, the colors fade, the edges blur, the image warps just slightly, and yet you still call it the same photo. That's what memory becomes under the influence of dreaming. Still familiar, but altered. And the more emotionally charged the memory, the more likely it is to be edited. Your brain doesn't tamper with neutral facts. It targets the ones that matter, the ones that carry weight. And sometimes, it alters not the facts themselves, but your emotional relationship to them. You may remember what happened, but feel differently about it, lighter or heavier. And that feeling, over time, becomes part of the memory itself. Dreams do this because they are meaning factories. They take the chaos of daily life and attempt to organize it, symbolize it, rehearse for it. They simulate conflict, repeat fear, resolve tension, and in doing so, they create new narrative threads that get woven into your mental tapestry. You dream of someone who left you, and they're kind in the dream. You wake up, and somehow, your anger has softened. Or you dream of falling again, and now the event that caused the fear feels sharper than it did before. The dream didn't recall the memory, it reshaped it, and your brain accepted the new version because it felt emotionally true. That's the key. Emotion is the glue that binds a dream's edits into your reality. If it stirs you, your brain keeps it. If it resonates, it stays. And now, the boundary between what happened and what you remember has blurred. But this blur isn't a failure, it's a feature. Because a memory that never changes becomes brittle. Dreams give your memories flexibility. They allow you to reframe, reinterpret, even reimagine your past in ways that support your emotional survival. That doesn't mean everything you remember is false. It means everything you remember is alive, breathing, subject to influence, and Perhaps that's more human than a perfect record could ever be. After all, what matters most isn't what happened, it's what you took from it. And dreams are how your brain decides what to keep, what to forget, and what to reshape. So the next time you wake from a dream and feel unsettled, or peaceful, or deeply nostalgic for something you can't name, pause. Consider that something inside you has shifted. Not just in feeling, but in fact. A memory may have changed. A belief may have softened. You might not know what exactly, but your past has been touched. Lightly, quietly, like a painter returning to an old canvas in the dark, adding color where there was none, or softening the lines that once felt too sharp. And maybe that's not a flaw in the system. Maybe that's the only way healing works. Not by erasing the past, but by dreaming it into something survivable, something livable, something new. You sleep to rest your body, but perhaps you dream to restore your soul, to return to the pages of your story and write margins where the lines were once too tight, to shift the weight of memory just enough that you can carry it without breaking. And maybe the story of your life isn't written only by experience, but by sleep, by the countless, invisible rewrites done in silence while the rest of you sleeps, because your memory is not a vault, it's a canvas, and your dreams are the brush. Your brain can trick you into thinking you moved when you didn't. You trust your body. You trust that when you move, you moved, that when your arms reach, your legs step, your head turns, you were the one in control, issuing the command, initiating the motion. And even more than that, you trust that you can feel it. Feel the sway, the tilt, the shift of your own weight. Movement is personal, immediate, undeniable. But what if that certainty is an illusion? What if, in certain moments, your brain can tell you that you moved when your body stayed completely still? What if motion, like so much else in your perception, is not a fact, but a story, crafted, edited, narrated by your brain, sometimes truthfully, sometimes not? Because here's the strange truth. Your brain doesn't wait for reality to confirm movement. It predicts it, simulates it, sometimes even fabricates it. And when that simulation is strong enough, vivid enough, synchronized just right, it feels exactly like the real thing. You become the passenger of a phantom motion. No muscles engaged, no limbs lifted, and yet a full embodied sensation that you've shifted, turned, fallen, risen. This is not imagination, this is perception, and perception can lie. The phenomenon is called illusory motion, and it's more common than you think. Sit in a stationary train as the one next to you begins to slide forward, and for a second, you're convinced you're moving in the opposite direction. Walk through a motion simulator or ride a VR roller coaster, and your stomach drops as if you've plunged, even though your feet haven't left the ground. These aren't just miscalculations, they're full body experiences, sweat, adrenaline, dizziness included. Your inner ear, your eyes, your muscles, and your sense of balance all play roles in determining motion, but your brain is the conductor. And if the sensory data is unclear, or if certain cues override others, it will simply decide what happened, even if it didn't. You feel yourself moving not because you moved, but because your brain concluded, yes, this must be motion, and filled in the rest. That conclusion becomes sensation, sensation becomes memory, and suddenly you are convinced you experienced something that never occurred. But why does this happen? Why would the brain betray something as basic as, did I move or not? The answer lies in how your brain handles time and prediction. Movement takes milliseconds to detect. Neural signals are not instant. So to avoid lag, your brain guesses. It anticipates your own motion before confirmation arrives. Like a weather forecast trying to stay ahead of the storm, it predicts what will likely happen based on context, patterns, intentions, and visual cues. Most of the time, this works beautifully. It's why you can catch a ball, dance, drive, or walk without overthinking. But sometimes, the forecast is wrong. The visual says you're in motion. The inner ear says you're still. The body is confused. The brain picks a side. And once it does, it floods your awareness with the matching sensation, regardless of whether the motion was real. You feel it not because it happened, but because your brain expected it. This means your most basic experience of your body, of being in it, of moving through space, is not absolute. It's negotiable, constructed, like a movie projected onto the screen of your mind. The projector is your brain, the screen is your body, and sometimes the film playing isn't fact, it's fiction with high production value. And because you're watching from the inside, you can't tell the difference. You've always assumed that movement is physical first, and then you feel it. But the brain often does the reverse. It creates the feeling, and the physical either catches up or never does. This is how phantom limb pain works. A person loses an arm but still feels it clench, still feels it ache. The limb is gone, but the brain's map remains. The signal lives on in absence. And if the brain can simulate pain in a limb that no longer exists, why wouldn't it simulate movement in a body that hasn't moved? And it doesn't stop at motion. The brain does this with time, with emotion, with identity. It fills in gaps, smooths out inconsistencies. You don't see the world as it is. You see what your brain builds. And sometimes it builds the sensation of moving forward, of spinning, of falling, not because it must, but because the pattern fits, because the data hints at it, because it anticipates the story and rushes to complete it. Think about what this means. How many of your bodily experiences were interpretations? How many of your fears of falling, of swaying, of being pulled forward or to the side were real? And how many were brain-generated dreams injected into waking life? We all carry the assumption that motion means control, that if we feel it, it must be happening. But the brain doesn't need your permission to convince you otherwise. And this has philosophical weight, because if your brain can fake movement, what else can it simulate convincingly? What about the feeling of certainty, of being right, of being loved, of being safe? If motion, the very thing that grounds you in the physical, is up for negotiation, then everything else might be too. And that's not to say nothing is real. It's to say realness itself is mediated through filters, through brain-made approximations, through models that prioritize survival over accuracy. The brain cares less about what's true and more about what works. And if convincing you that you moved when you didn't helps it make sense of conflicting signals, it will do so without hesitation. But maybe there's something freeing in this, because it means you don't have to believe every sensation. You don't have to assume that what you feel is final. You can become aware of the illusion. You can become the one watching the movie, not just the one inside it. That vertigo you feel. Maybe it's not danger, it's a mismatch. That falling sensation before sleep. Not a prophecy, just the brain recalibrating. That moment when the room seems to tilt, but your feet are firm. That's your brain improvising, painting motion onto a still canvas. You didn't move, but it convinced you otherwise. So the next time your world shifts and your body insists you've swayed or stumbled or turned, pause, feel your feet, check the ground. Ask the deeper question, did I really move? Or did my brain just rehearse the dance without telling me? Because you are not always the author of your experience. Sometimes you're the reader of a script written by circuits and forecasts. Sometimes the body is still and the mind moves. And in those moments, you remember something vital. That perception is not a mirror. It's a lens. And every lens bends the light. Your brain processes language before you're conscious of it. You think you're the one doing the listening, that when someone speaks to you, a question, a joke, a confession, a whisper, you hear the words, process their meaning, and then feel something in response. You think comprehension happens when you pay attention, when you lean in, when you focus. But the truth is far stranger. By the time you hear the sentence, your brain has already interpreted it. Before you're aware of the words, before you even realize someone is speaking, before you choose to understand, your brain has already started decoding. You don't catch meaning, you receive it. You think you're reading subtitles on the screen of your mind, but those subtitles are already there, auto-generated by neural machinery that operates faster than you can think. You're not translating language, you're being fed its final draft. The conscious self, The you that you think makes decisions and understands things in real time is not the editor. It's the reader, the last in line, the afterthought, the applause after the music has already stopped. And once you realize this, everything about language and identity begins to shift. The science behind it is undeniable. Your brain processes spoken words with lightning speed. The auditory cortex receives sound, and within 200 milliseconds, regions like Wernicke's area light up to interpret meaning. That's faster than your conscious awareness can catch up. You don't wait for the end of a sentence to understand it. Your brain predicts, anticipates, constructs meaning in real time. Even as the speaker is still talking, your brain is guessing what comes next, filling in gaps, layering tone and emotion onto syntax. And it does all of this before you're even aware you've heard the words. That moment when you suddenly get a sentence, when the light bulb of comprehension flickers on, that's not when the brain starts working. That's when it finishes. That's when you, the conscious mind, are finally invited to the party. You think you're arriving at the beginning, but you're actually walking into the credits. Your brain has already done the heavy lifting. The understanding is delivered, not constructed. And this raises unsettling questions. If your brain decides what language means before you get to weigh in, how much of your communication, your reactions, your emotions, your beliefs, are truly yours? How much of your response is interpretation, and how much is reflex? Because language doesn't just transfer information, it shapes it. It frames reality, and your brain accepts those frames instantly. You hear a sentence like, "You're not good enough," and your brain doesn't ask whether it's true. It feels the punch first. The insult lands before logic intervenes. Or you hear, "You did great," and the warmth floods in before you have time to assess whether you agree. The meaning comes first. The judgment, your judgment, comes later. This isn't weakness, it's efficiency. Your brain evolved to process language as quickly as possible, to ensure survival, to make snap decisions, to feel the world before thinking about it. And yet, in the age of deliberate self-awareness, of therapy, of mindfulness, of communication workshops and self-help books, we act as if the conscious mind is steering the ship, that we hear things, process them rationally, then respond. But that's not how it works. What we call processing is mostly rationalization after the fact. Your brain makes the call, then your awareness writes the explanation. A bit like reading the headlines and assuming you wrote the article. You didn't, you're just catching up. And once you accept this, a strange sort of humility sets in. You realize that much of your interaction with the world is not the product of choice, but choreography. Automatic routines running just below the surface, scripts being read to you that feel like internal dialogue. This is especially true with emotionally charged language. Consider a heated argument. Someone says something cruel. You feel hurt before you even register the exact wording. You say something back. Later, you might not even remember the specifics, just the heat. That's not because you weren't paying attention. It's because your brain prioritized the emotional payload. It decoded the tone, the threat, the pattern, and reacted accordingly. The conscious mind steps in after the burn to try and clean up, to explain what just happened, maybe to regret it. But the sequence was already complete. You think you're deciding how to feel. You're not. You're realizing how you've already felt. And this doesn't just affect arguments. It affects relationships, persuasion, politics, identity. Think about how quickly you judge someone's sincerity in a voice, how fast you feel trust or suspicion, how easily a compliment lands or an insult wounds. It's not because you're superficial. It's because language bypasses your permission. It goes straight to your neural core. And sometimes what gets in stays there, shaping memory, bias, belief, all without you realizing it entered through a door your brain opened before you were aware of the knock. So what does this mean for self-awareness, for accountability, for free will? If the conscious mind is not the first responder, but the final witness, can you really claim to own every thought, every reaction? Maybe not. But you can choose what happens next. You can train awareness. You can slow the feedback loop. You can learn to watch the auto-generated captions scroll across your mind and ask, is this true? Is this mine? Do I want to keep this frame? Because the brain is fast, but it is not final. It's predictive, not prophetic. You are not powerless inside it, but you are not fully in control either. You're the editor with limited access. You can't stop the script from being written, but you can learn to annotate. And this is where meaning becomes malleable. Because if your brain delivers you a sentence, they don't care about you, or you'll never succeed, or you're not likable, you can notice the delivery and choose not to internalize it. You can flag it as an automated suggestion, not an absolute truth. And in that space, that micro moment of pause, you become powerful. You stop being the passive recipient of language and start being a translator, a curator. You begin to shape the story rather than just receive it. So the next time you hear a phrase that stings or one that soothes, remember, your body felt it before you knew it. Your brain assigned meaning before you could argue. But that doesn't mean you are a slave to the sentence. It means you are a participant in a story unfolding faster than you can follow. And still, you can learn to catch it, slow it, reframe it. Because no matter how fast the captions appear, you are not the screen, you are the watcher. And watchers, over time, learn to see through the trick. Your conscious mind isn't in control. Most of the time, you like to believe you're in charge, that the thoughts you think, the choices you make, the words you speak, all come from some central command post inside you, a conscious captain steering the ship of your life. You feel like the author of your sentences, the decider of your paths, the orchestrator of your days. But what if that's not true? What if the conscious self, the you identify with, is not the CEO of your mind, but its spokesperson? Not the architect, but the narrator. Not the one making decisions, but the one explaining them after they've already happened. Because the unsettling truth is this: most of your thoughts, actions, and preferences are initiated outside of your conscious awareness. You don't choose them. You become aware of them. You don't construct them. You inherit them. And the you that watches, reflects, justifies, and responds is late to the scene every time, stepping up to the microphone like a polished press secretary, delivering lines written deep within the corridors of your subconscious. This isn't poetic exaggeration, it's neuroscience. Study after study has revealed the same pattern. Decisions begin in the brain before the conscious mind catches on. In the famous experiments of Benjamin Libet, subjects were asked to move their fingers whenever they felt like it and to note the precise moment they decided to act. What Libet found was shocking. The brain's readiness potential, a measurable burst of activity, appeared several hundred milliseconds before the subject became consciously aware of deciding. The decision was already in motion, the neural dominoes already falling, and consciousness was simply catching up, narrating a choice that had already been made. Later research extended this delay to seconds. Brain scans could predict which button someone would press before they knew it themselves. And yet, the subjects felt certain they were choosing in real time. The illusion of control was perfect, flawless, comfortable, but false. And it doesn't stop with motor actions. Your preferences, your values, your beliefs, many of these, rise from emotional, associative, and memory-based regions of the brain long before they're framed in language or conscious reflection. You dislike a stranger at first glance, and only later list reasons why. You reach for a product on a shelf, then explain it was the brand you trusted. But the shelf's height, the label's color, even the lighting may have influenced you without your awareness. Your body flinches before your mind registers fear. Your posture shifts before your mood does. And through it all, your conscious mind keeps talking, explaining, justifying, constructing meaning, like a politician spinning a decision that was never theirs to begin with. You don't lie, you believe. But belief isn't control. Belief is often the story your mind tells to make peace with processes it doesn't run. And this changes everything, because we build our identity on the illusion of authorship. We say, I decided, I chose, I changed my mind. But in reality, the machinery of your being, the memories, biases, habits, intuitions, fears, desires, is doing most of the work behind the scenes. The conscious mind is a late-stage interpreter, a translator of complex internal patterns, offering simple summaries for public use. It's the person on the podium, not the one behind the locked doors. And if that's true, then who, or what, is really running your life? The answer is not simple. Your subconscious is not a single thing. It's a network, a web of neural loops, emotional imprints, evolutionary impulses, and personal history. It runs on pattern recognition, emotional tagging, and efficiency. It learns from repetition, from pain, from reinforcement. It acts fast because survival doesn't wait for reflection. And it doesn't speak English. It speaks in impulse, in urge, in microtensions and subtle cravings. The conscious mind translates that murmur into a sentence. I feel like calling her, or I just don't trust him, or I want something sweet. But those sentences are echoes, not origins. They are the end of a thought, not its birth. And yet, this doesn't mean you're powerless. Far from it. The conscious mind may not initiate most decisions, but it can influence them over time. It can direct attention. It can question habit. It can learn to pause. It can change the environment in which the subconscious operates. And in doing so, shape the conditions under which those hidden decisions arise. You can't stop the script from being written, but you can rewrite future drafts. You can't prevent your brain from forming impulses, but you can train which ones it listens to. This is the quiet, long-term power of awareness, not command, but influence. Not domination, but partnership. Imagine your mind as a vast company. The subconscious is the engine room, the production floor, the logistics team, the marketing department. The conscious mind is the boardroom, small, slow, but strategic. If the board believes it runs everything, it will remain out of touch, issuing memos no one reads. But if the board observes, listens, understands the rhythm of the company, it can begin to shift policy, redirect energy, retrain systems. That's the role of consciousness, not to control every lever, but to understand the machine, to recognize the invisible habits that drive you, to spot the inherited scripts, to identify the reflexes that masquerade as choice, and over time, to design better defaults. Because here's the deeper truth. The more aware you become of your lack of control, the more influence you gain. Not because you suddenly override every process, but because you stop believing every thought. You learn to witness your own reactions without obeying them. You stop assuming that wanting something means you should have it, or that fearing something means it's dangerous, or that thinking something means it's true. You step back. You watch. And in that space between reaction and response, freedom begins. So the next time you hear yourself say, I don't know why I did that, or I didn't mean to say it, or that's just how I am, remember, those aren't failures. They're glimpses into how much of you operates beneath the surface. They're invitations to look deeper, not blame harder, because control isn't about managing every move. It's about building systems you trust. It's about aligning your environment, your inputs, your routines with the kind of person you want to become, and letting those invisible processes start working in your favor. Your conscious mind isn't the CEO, it's the spokesperson. It walks on stage every morning, smiles into the spotlight, and reads from a teleprompter that was loaded while you slept. But that doesn't make it powerless, because over time it can change the script, quietly, gradually, intentionally. And one day you'll wake up, look back at a choice you made, and realize, maybe for the first time, that you didn't just react. You responded. And in that moment, the spokesperson became something more. Not the origin of the decision, but the architect of the conditions that made a better decision possible. And maybe that's what real control is. Your heart has its own brain and can make decisions. You've been told your entire life that your mind is in your head, that your thoughts live in the brain, that your decisions are made behind your eyes. That logic, emotion, choice, and control are all centralized in that gray mass of neurons nestled inside your skull. The heart, you were told, is a symbol, a pump, a metronome for your biology, nothing more. But what if that story is incomplete? What if the heart is not just a muscle but a mind of its own? Not a metaphor, but a literal source of intelligence. Because hidden in the rhythm of your chest, beating quietly beneath your awareness, is something extraordinary. A network of over 40,000 neurons, sensory, motor, and interneurons, arranged in a complex web communicating with your brain, your body, and even themselves. This isn't poetic exaggeration. This is neuroscience. The heart has its own nervous system, its own memory, its own ability to sense, decide, and signal, sometimes before your brain even knows what's happening. Your heart is not just responding to your thoughts. Sometimes it leads them. This discovery has upended everything we thought we knew about the separation between emotion and logic, body and mind. The heart and brain are in constant dialogue, but the traffic is not one way. In fact, more signals go from the heart to the brain than the other way around. And those signals are not just data, they're influence. They shape mood, attention, perception. The heart's rhythms can entrain the brain's rhythms. Its variability, the space between beats, is tied to emotional regulation, decision-making, intuition. When your heart rate variability is high, you're more adaptable, more creative, more emotionally resilient. When it's low, you're rigid, reactive, anxious. Your heart isn't just listening to your emotions, it's setting the stage for them. And what's even more staggering, the heart sometimes reacts faster than the brain. In studies on intuition and subconscious perception, participants' heart rates changed in anticipation of emotionally charged images, before the image appeared on the screen, before the brain could see it, before thought. The body knew, the heart knew. This isn't magic, it's biology. The heart has been evolving for millions of years. In fact, it begins to beat before the brain is even formed. It generates the body's strongest electromagnetic field, 60 times greater than the brain's, measurable several feet away. That field carries information, coherence, patterns. It affects not only your internal system, but possibly your interaction with others. You've felt it before. The unexplainable sense of someone's presence entering a room, the quiet warmth or coldness you register before a word is spoken. The way someone's energy can calm you or unnerve you, even without touch. Your heart is always scanning, always signaling, always sensing. And it's not waiting for your permission. We think of decisions as rational, conscious events, but most are anything but. They arise from a complex layering of unconscious signals, gut feelings, sensory feedback, emotional tone, and the heart is a primary contributor to that process. You feel something in your chest before you know what you think about it. You clutch your heart when shocked, place your hand there when something resonates. That's not culture, that's biology whispering to you. That's the heart calling your attention inward, to a knowing that has no words. And yet, in our culture of hyper-rationality, we dismiss it, we override it, we silence it in favor of the brain's confident narrative. But the brain isn't always right. It's fast, analytical, reactive. The heart is slow, integrative, wise. It senses coherence. It values balance. And when the two disagree, when the heart says no, but the brain pushes forward, we often feel it as anxiety, misalignment, dissonance, the body's way of signaling that something inside us is out of sync. So what does this mean for you? For how you make decisions, how you trust yourself, how you navigate life? It means that ignoring the heart isn't strength. It's blindness, because the heart's intelligence is real. And the more you tune into it, the more you notice the signals. The constriction in your chest when something feels wrong, the ease when something is right, the expansion when you're aligned, the compression when you're not. The more you practice heart-brain coherence, through breath, through stillness, through listening, the more those signals become clear. Less noise, more signal, less mental chatter, more embodied knowing. You begin to sense decisions rather than think them to death. You begin to recognize truth not as something you conclude, but as something you feel settle inside you, like a key in a lock. And this doesn't mean abandoning reason, it means integrating it. Because the heart and brain were never meant to compete. They are designed to collaborate. The brain runs simulations. The heart grounds them. The brain constructs logic. The heart adds meaning. The brain thinks in pieces. The heart feels in wholes. And when they work in harmony, when the rhythm of the heart entrains the rhythm of the mind, we experience flow, clarity, presence, a feeling of this is right that needs no justification. You've known it before. The moment you walked into a place and knew you belonged, the second you met someone and felt home, the decision that made no sense on paper but gave you peace. That was your heart speaking, not metaphorically, literally, biologically. And you listened. But many of us lose that connection. We're taught to analyze everything, to rationalize, to suppress emotion. We live in our heads and wonder why we feel lost. We ignore the chest and wonder why our lives feel tight. But the map back to wholeness begins where the heartbeat is. It begins when we stop treating the heart as a drum that follows the mind and start honoring it as a co-pilot, one with wisdom of its own. Because your heart is not just a pump, it's a processor, a guide, a translator of experience into feeling, and feeling in its highest form is intelligence. So the next time you face a choice, pause, breathe, listen to what your mind says, then ask your heart what it feels, not to indulge emotion, but to access a kind of clarity the mind alone can't reach. The clarity that comes from resonance, from coherence, from the knowing that lives beneath words. Because in that space, something remarkable happens. You stop, thinking your way forward and start sensing your way home. Most of your body isn't human, it's microbial. You think of yourself as singular, one person, one body, one identity, contained neatly within the borders of your skin. You speak of me and mine with such casual certainty, assuming that what moves when you walk, what thinks when you reflect, and what aches when you're hurt is entirely, indisputably you. But what if you're wrong? What if the being you call I is not an individual at all, but a colony, a teeming, layered, complex ecosystem of life forms, most of which are not even human? Because here is a fact so strange, it feels almost mythological. More than half of the cells in your body, by count, are not you. They are microbes, bacteria, viruses, fungi, archaea, trillions of them, living in your gut, on your skin, in your lungs, across every moist and darkened surface they can thrive in. You are not a single organism. You are a walking rainforest, a galaxy of strangers, a symphony of invisible guests, playing through you in a concert so ancient and ongoing that you mistake it for silence. The numbers are staggering. For every one of your own human cells, there is at least one microbial cell. In total, they weigh only a few pounds, but in their diversity and distribution, they outnumber and outmaneuver your so-called self. Your body is not a home. It is a habitat. And these guests don't just live inside you, they shape you. They help you digest your food, train your immune system, manufacture essential vitamins, break down toxins. But their influence goes deeper. The microbes in your gut communicate with your brain through what scientists call the gut-brain axis, a two-way signaling highway of nerves, hormones, and chemicals. They affect your mood, your appetite, your stress response, your memory. They can alter how you think, how you feel, even how you behave. Mice raised without gut bacteria are more anxious, more socially withdrawn, less curious. Reintroduce certain microbes, and their behavior changes. These creatures aren't just passengers. They have partial control of the steering wheel, and yet, you never think of them. You never say we, only I. But the truth is that the voice you call your own, the feeling of being a unified self, may be the chorus of many. Your cravings might be shaped by what your microbes need. Your resilience to disease might be because of what they fight off. Your sense of calm or chaos might be the chemical echo of a bacterial imbalance. Even your immune system, your most sacred boundary between self and other, is trained by them in childhood, taught to tolerate or attack, to protect or inflame. And when things go wrong, when this ecosystem is disturbed by antibiotics, poor diet, chronic stress, the results are wide-ranging autoimmune conditions, depression, obesity, allergies, even cognitive decline. You think you're alone in your body. You're not. You're a host, and your guests have opinions. But this doesn't mean you're contaminated or broken. It means you're plural. You're more ecological than mechanical, more like a city than a statue. And that changes how we should understand identity itself. Because if the boundary of you includes trillions of organisms with their own DNA, reproduction, metabolism, and goals, then where do you end? Where does the self begin when half of your body is not your own? Philosophers have long debated the nature of the self. Is it the mind, the body, the continuity of memory? But now biology enters the conversation and says, the self is a negotiated process, a truce between species, a balancing act of cooperation and control. You are not the master of your body. You are the custodian of an ecosystem that calls itself you. And perhaps this is not something to fear, but to marvel at, because this microbial symphony has been evolving with us for millions of years. It is not new. It is ancestral. You inherited your microbes at birth. Some from the birth canal, some from skin-to-skin contact, some from breast milk, from dirt, from air, from other humans. Your mother's microbiome shaped yours. Yours may shape another's. You are a link in a biological lineage that extends beyond species, beyond generations, beyond the individual. And these invisible companions don't just live with you, they live as you. They are woven into your biology. And just like any ecosystem, they need diversity, balance, care. Feed them fiber, plants, fermented foods, and they flourish. Starve them, stress them, poison them with processed sugar and artificial chemicals, and they revolt, quietly at first, then loudly, through inflammation, fatigue, fog, pain. What's astonishing is how personal it all is. Each person's microbiome is unique, as individual as a fingerprint. A microbial biography shaped by every surface you've touched, every meal you've eaten, every animal you've interacted with, every place you've breathed in. Your body carries traces of everywhere you've been, not just in memory, but in species, in colonies. And this internal diversity may be your greatest defense against disease. A richer microbial population means more adaptability, more tools, more resilience. The metaphor writes itself. Strength comes from plurality, from welcoming the other, from cultivating cooperation over control. And yet most of us go through life believing in clean lines. Me versus not me, self versus world, inside versus outside. But the reality is more blurred. The border of your skin is not a wall. It's a porous membrane, a conversation. Air moves in, microbes land, molecules pass through. You are not a sealed jar. You are a tide pool. And that truth forces us to rethink not just biology, but psychology. How many of your moods are microbial? How many of your thoughts were co-authored by your gut? How much of what you call me is actually we? So the next time you feel off, tired, irritable, anxious, inflamed, consider the possibility that it's not just you. It's your biome. It's the forest inside you sending distress signals. The roots have dried. The undergrowth has thinned. And maybe what you need is not medication or motivation, but cultivation. To eat differently, to rest differently, to breathe differently, to treat your body not as a machine to be hacked, but as a garden to be tended. Because the microbes aren't invaders. They're allies. They're part of the code, part of the choir, part of the reason you're alive. You are not a solo performance. You are a symphony of invisible guests. And when they're in harmony, you sing clearly, you move fluidly, you think brightly. But when they're at odds, when the choir falls, out of sync, your song falters, your rhythm breaks, your sense of self becomes dissonant. So learn to listen, not just to your thoughts, but to your gut, your skin, your breath. Learn to feel the hum beneath your awareness, because in that, your other selves are speaking, quietly, constantly, asking only to be heard. Your body glows in the dark, but you can't see it. You walk through your days assuming that what you see is all there is, that your body ends where your skin does, that you are lit only by the sun, the screens, the streetlights overhead. You look in the mirror and think you are opaque, solid, non-luminous, visible only because something else is shining upon you. But what if that's not true? What if, even in complete darkness, your body glows, faintly, silently, invisibly, not metaphorically, not spiritually, but biologically? What if you are casting light into the world right now and no one, not even you, can see it? Because here is the strange, quiet truth. You emit light. Constantly, your body is glowing. Not with heat, not with aura, but with photons. Actual, measurable particles of light, produced by your cells as a byproduct of metabolism. This glow is called biophoton emission, and it means that your body, like a distant star or a flickering candle, is never entirely dark. You are a lighthouse whose beams are too dim for the naked eye, but real nonetheless. And this changes everything. Biophotons are emitted when highly reactive molecules called free radicals interact with lipids and proteins in your cells. It's a process of oxidation, the same process that rusts iron or browns an apple. But in your body, it's constant and subtle. Each cell, each breath, each motion produces a small spark, a tiny release of light, not enough to see, but enough to measure with sensitive instruments. Scientists have captured images of this light, faint outlines of the human body glowing, softly, most intense in the face, the hands, the chest. The emission fluctuates with circadian rhythm, peaking in late afternoon. It is influenced by stress, by disease, by meditation. It is not a random flicker. It has pattern, intelligence, consistency. You shine differently when you are calm. You glow brighter when you are unwell. Your inner light tells a story that no one hears. And yet, we are blind to it. Evolution did not equip us with the ability to see our own emission. Our eyes are tuned to far stronger light sources. The sun, the fire, the artificial lamp. Against them, our glow is drowned. And so we go through life thinking we are dark. That light comes only from outside. That to be seen, we must be lit. But the truth is, we are always shining, just not in the spectrum we can witness. And in that truth lies a haunting metaphor, that what is most constant about us is often what we fail to perceive, that our presence is radiant in ways we can't detect, that our being touches the world in wavelengths we don't understand. And this silent glow mirrors so much of what it means to be human, because isn't that how you live? Emitting effort, energy, kindness, thought, without seeing the full impact. You walk into a room and your presence shifts the mood, though no one says why. You write a message and it echoes in someone's heart for years. You smile at a stranger and they carry it through a hard day, and you never know. You are unaware of how your existence emits. But it does. You are radiant, not always in color, not always in brightness, but in effect. Your glow is not visible, but it is real. Think of all the times you felt unseen, like you didn't matter, like you weren't enough, and now realize, even in those moments, your cells were releasing light. Your body was silently affirming, you are alive, you are present, you are contributing. Even if no one applauded, even if no one noticed, the universe noticed. On a molecular level, you made an imprint, you glowed, and the fact that you couldn't see it doesn't make it any less true. This invisible light also forces us to rethink what it means to perceive truth. Because if your own body can shine without your awareness, how much else are you missing? How much beauty? How much pain? How much signal lives below your threshold of perception? We assume that if we can't see it, it's not real. But science says otherwise. Reality is not limited by your senses. Your senses are limited by biology. The world is deeper, brighter, more complex than you will ever fully grasp. And so are you. And the poetic symmetry is hard to ignore. Your cells burn energy to keep you alive, and in that process, they give off light. You shine because you're alive. Literally, you radiate because you exist. Not because you're perfect, not because you're celebrated, but because you are. And even though no eye will ever fully witness it, it is happening, right now. As you read this, your skin is glowing, your breath is light-filled, your presence is not just metaphorically luminous, it is physically radiant, and maybe that's the real meaning of inner light. Not some mystical notion, but a biological reality with emotional resonance. You are made of light in motion. Your atoms hum with fire. Your mitochondria, the powerhouses of your cells, are tiny furnaces releasing both heat and photons. You are not a cold machine. You are a flickering field of warmth and radiance, a quiet fire in human form. And even if you never feel it, even if the world never confirms it, it's true. You glow in the dark, and that truth can never be taken from you. So the next time you feel invisible, pause. The next time you wonder if you matter, remember. The next time the world seems blind to your effort, to your love, to your presence, close your eyes and know you are still glowing. The light may be small, it may be soft, it may be silent, but it is there, measurable, permanent, yours. You are a silent lighthouse, casting signals into the dark, guiding others in ways you'll never see. And, in a world obsessed with visibility, maybe the most sacred kind of light is the kind no one sees. But that never stops shining anyway. Bananas are radioactive, slightly. You reach for a banana without hesitation, a humble fruit. Curved, yellow, familiar. No warning labels, no sense of danger. It's something you give to toddlers, blend into smoothies, throw into backpacks. You peel it without fear, bite into it without suspicion. And yet, deep inside this ordinary fruit, something extraordinary lingers, something invisible, ancient, and powerful. A silent presence woven into its molecular code. Radiation. Not metaphorically, not symbolically, literally. Bananas are radioactive, slightly. Each one contains a measurable amount of potassium-40, a naturally occurring isotope that emits radiation as it decays. It's not enough to hurt you. You would need to eat millions of bananas in a short time to experience any danger. But the fact remains, with every bite, you are ingesting the energy of atomic instability, the whisper of the universe's deepest processes tucked beneath the skin of something gentle. The banana is glowing, not with visible light, but with subatomic truth. And suddenly, the world seems a little less tame. This isn't unique to bananas. Many things around you are radioactive. The human body, the soil, the air, Brazil nuts, granite countertops, cat litter, even the person sitting next to you. But bananas have become the poster child for what scientists call natural background radiation, the low-level radiation that surrounds us at all times, the kind that doesn't come from power plants or bombs but from the earth itself. Bananas are so reliably radioactive that physicists created a whimsical unit of measure called the banana equivalent dose. It's a way to explain radiation exposure in familiar terms. A dental X-ray is about 5 bananas. A cross-country flight, several hundred. Living near a nuclear power plant for a year, just a few extra bananas. The joke is light-hearted, but the reality it reveals is profound. Radiation is not rare. It is everywhere, including inside you. And this quiet fact reshapes how we think about danger, perception, and the nature of what's safe. We are trained to fear radiation as something external, a glowing green liquid in cartoons, a symbol of apocalypse, a shiver down the spine. But the truth is far less dramatic and far more intimate. Radiation is not a monster lurking outside. It is a process unfolding within. It is decay, the breakdown of atomic bonds. But from that breakdown comes heat, light, transformation. Radiation is not evil. It is energy. It is the universe reorganizing itself, one unstable nucleus at a time, and in that reorganization, life emerges. The warmth of the Earth's core comes from radioactive decay. The carbon used in dating ancient artifacts relies on it. Medical scans, cancer treatments, even the spark that powers stars, all draw from this invisible force. The banana is just a gentle reminder that you live in a world laced with the extraordinary. But more than that, the banana becomes a metaphor, a symbol of how the most ordinary things can carry within them unimaginable power, that what looks soft, sweet, and simple may harbor forces far beyond our senses. And isn't that true of people too? How often do you assume that someone is harmless because they are quiet? That something is safe because it is familiar? That danger wears a dramatic mask? But sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the real potency is invisible. Sometimes it hums beneath the surface, half-life ticking slowly, waiting not to explode, but to be noticed. Your friend who smiles too much. Your neighbor who never raises their voice. The child who keeps secrets behind kind eyes. We are all bananas in that way, radiating quietly, unseen by those who glance but do not look. And so, a single banana becomes a doorway into larger truths, about risk, about perception, about comfort with complexity, because it forces us to ask, how much of reality is softened by our assumptions? You trust what feels natural, but nature is not simple. It is filled with paradox. The most nourishing foods can contain trace poisons. The most poisonous plants can heal when diluted. The sun warms you and gives you life, but also bombards you with radiation that ages and mutates your cells. A single dose of gamma rays can kill, but the same energy powers treatments that save lives. Safety, then, is not about absence. It is about balance. It is about thresholds, about context, and about knowledge. The courage to see danger not as a shadowy enemy, but as a companion we must understand. This changes how you relate to the world. It teaches you not to trust surface, to look deeper, to ask questions even when something seems obvious, to remember that behind every smile there may be complexity, that every routine may hide a miracle, that even your own body is a mosaic of forces you do not control: radioactive decay, cellular regeneration, bacterial symbiosis, electric rhythms. You are not solid. You are not static. You are a luminous field of invisible processes, held together by fragile harmony. And you walk through a world that mirrors you, a world where even bananas glow. And isn't there something beautiful in that? That the universe hides its mysteries in plain sight. That the most powerful forces don't always announce themselves with thunder or fire, but nestle into breakfast fruit. The radioactive banana becomes a quiet poem. A reminder that the extraordinary is not elsewhere. It's here, in your kitchen, in your hands, in the small yellow arc you didn't think twice about. It's in the air you breathe, the water you drink, the molecules that spin inside you. We want the universe to be dramatic, cinematic, but it's more subtle than that. It's gentle, patient, waiting for you to notice, waiting for you to wonder. So the next time you peel a banana, do it slowly, do it reverently. You're not just eating potassium, you're holding an echo of starfire. You're cradling the same unstable particles that power galaxies. You're ingesting a fragment of the atomic ballet that keeps the Earth warm, the reactors running, the clocks ticking on ancient bones, and most of all, you're tasting the contradiction that defines existence, that something can be both, nourishing and unstable, harmless and powerful, familiar and sublime, because you are not living in a world of neat categories. You are living in a world of overlap, of nuance, of radiant fruit and glowing skin and silent power hiding beneath quiet surfaces. And once you see that, really see it, you begin to treat the world differently. You become more curious, more patient, more respectful. You stop assuming that small means simple, that safe means empty, that only the loud matters. You learn to see the light in strange places, the heat inside the calm, the ember inside the peel. Because yes, bananas are radioactive, slightly, but that's not the punchline. That's the opening note, the parting of the curtain, the reminder that everything glows a little if you know how to look. There are more possible chess games than atoms in the universe. You sit across a small wooden board, black and white squares laid out like ancient code. 32 pieces standing at attention. Kings and pawns, rooks and knights, waiting to be moved. It looks so finite, so contained. Just 64 squares, just 16 pieces per side. A toy, a pastime, a pattern. Something to play with on rainy afternoons or in dusty parks. But what if I told you this board holds more complexity than the cosmos? That the number of possible legal chess games far exceeds the number of atoms in the entire known universe? That this quiet grid of light and shadow, framed by simple rules, explodes into a chaos of possibilities so vast, it makes galaxies seem minimal by comparison. Because it does. The estimated number of atoms in the observable universe is around 1080, a 1 followed by 80 zeros. The number of possible chess games? Somewhere beyond 10 to 120. That's not a comparison. That's a rupture, a redefinition, a reminder that infinity does not only live in the stars, it lives in the choices between your fingertips. This truth unravels everything we think we know about scale. We assume the cosmos is the largest thing we can imagine. That outer space is where the unimaginable happens. But sometimes, the unimaginable happens on a table, on a board smaller than a towel, through pieces smaller than your thumb. Because what creates exponential depth isn't physical size, it's decision. At each turn in chess, the number of possible moves varies, usually between 20 and 30. But with each move, the number of potential futures multiplies, and those futures branch into more futures, and so on, until the tree becomes so massive it's incomprehensible. After just 10 moves per side, the number of possible positions is over 69 trillion. After 40 moves, the number of unique games is a number with more digits than you could write in your lifetime. And yet, all of this is bounded by a tiny board. There is no randomness, no dice, no chaos in the classical sense, only choice, and from choice, infinity. And this makes the chessboard something more than a game. It makes it a metaphor, a model, a microcosm of life itself. Because life too is built on rules, on limitations, on finite moves. But within those rules, the possible outcomes are immeasurable. Each decision you make branches reality. Each step forward renders alternate paths unreachable. The version of you reading this now is the result of millions of such micro-decisions, and trillions more unchosen. And just like in chess, the beauty lies not in predicting the perfect move, but in realizing how rich the space of possible futures is. You are not trapped. You are navigating a space so vast that even the sky seems shallow next to it. And what makes this even more profound is that we don't experience this depth. We sit across from an opponent and see one move ahead, maybe two. We fumble in complexity. We guess, we try. And the game unfolds, never fully visible, always partly in shadow. That is not a flaw. That is the condition of being conscious in a space too large to grasp. And again, this mirrors life. We don't know the long-term result of our choices. We choose based on patterns, on intuition, on memory. But the scope of consequence is always bigger than we can compute. The smallest move, the way you answer a question, the second you hesitate, the choice to stay instead of go, can send ripples forward through time, opening or closing futures you'll never know existed. In that way, we are all grandmasters of invisible universes. We are all playing against the unknown, within a structure that feels small but contains multitudes. And chess, unlike many games, offers no comfort of randomness. There is no luck, no roll of dice. Every move is deliberate, every consequence earned. The board punishes in silence. It rewards through clarity. It teaches that thinking is not enough, that foresight without imagination is calculation, not wisdom. And in this, the game becomes a teacher. It shows you that rules can produce chaos, that patterns can birth surprise, that boundaries do not constrain potential, they shape it. The limits of the board are what allow the infinity to emerge. Remove the rules, and you don't get freedom. You get noise. It is structure that births creativity. It is constraint that gives form to thought. And now the metaphor expands. Because if this is true of chess, is it not true of you? You, a finite being in a finite body, bound by time, by mortality, by gravity. And yet, within you are choices so complex that your potential futures exceed count. You contain more trajectories than the stars contain atoms, more outcomes than space holds particles. The decisions you make, what to say, who to trust, what to believe, create not just outcomes, but entire alternate selves. The you who never spoke up, the you who left early, the you who forgave, the you who didn't. They all live on, not in reality, but in the structure of what might have been. And so, like the chessboard, you become a stage where limited motion gives birth to infinite variation. But here is the quiet truth. Most people never learn this. They see the board and believe it's about winning. They live their lives seeking checkmate, status, success, security. They move only to conquer, not to explore. But the true masters, in chess, in life, see something else. They see possibility. They savor complexity. They don't fear the branching tree. They climb it. They make peace with the fact that most of the tree will remain unseen. They accept that some of the best moves leave no trace. They know that mastery is not in control, but in awareness. The awareness that they are co-authoring a reality too large to own. And isn't that beautiful? That the most profound expression of intelligence might not be domination, but humility. That a quiet game between two minds can mirror the workings of a galaxy. That you, yes you, sitting silently across a board, might be engaging in a computation more complex than the birth of a star. That your hands, moving carved wood on a square of fabric, might be conducting a symphony of potential so intricate it rivals creation itself. So the next time you sit before a chessboard, pause. Don't rush the first move. Look at the squares and feel their weight. Each one is a doorway. Each piece, a traveler. Each decision, a genesis. You are not just playing a game. You are navigating a universe. You are folding time and consequence into shape. You are choosing one future out of more than the cosmos can count. And that humble click of pawn to e4 is a miracle in motion, because the board is not a battlefield. It is a multiverse, a sacred geometry of thought and possibility, a reminder that infinity is not elsewhere. It's here, on the table, in your hands, and in the quiet mind that dares to see more than just black and white. A single DNA strand contains enough data to store the internet. You think of DNA as something distant, a biological term buried in textbooks, a double helix spun tight with genes, something scientists poke at under microscopes while you live your ordinary life. You know it codes for your eye color, your height, your health risks. You know it makes you, well, you. But what if I told you DNA is more than biological? What if it's not just a molecule, but a medium? Not just a blueprint, but a hard drive, a living library, a structure so dense with information, so compact and perfect, that 1 gram of it, not a whole strand, just a gram, could store more data than all the servers, routers, drives and cloud banks of the entire internet combined. What if the helix inside your cells holds more than proteins and traits? What if it holds the future of knowledge itself? Because it does. DNA is not just the story of your body. It is the universe's most elegant storage system. And it's been running billions of years ahead of human engineering. Let's begin with scale. The internet, as of now, stores somewhere around 1,200 zettabytes of information. That's 1.2 billion terabytes. Every email, every photo, every medical record, security camera feed, satellite image, transaction log, and meme, all of it, together would require massive data centers spread across continents, cooled by rivers, powered by cities. Now take all of that and imagine shrinking it down until it fits not into a room or a server rack, but into something smaller than a spoonful of dust. That's DNA. It encodes information at a density of roughly 215 petabytes per gram. That's 215 million gigabytes in a pinch of matter. One strand, invisible to the naked eye, can carry more structured knowledge than all the devices you've ever owned combined. And it does so not with electricity, but with chemistry. Not with binary code, but with A, T, C, and G. The 4 nucleotides that spell life into existence. But here's the twist. DNA isn't digital, it's organic. It doesn't store data in the way we do, through voltage or magnetism. It stores instructions for building, repairing, and animating life. Each cell in your body contains around 2 meters of DNA, and yet it fits inside a nucleus less than 1/100th the width of a human hair. Coiled, folded, compacted, not chaotically, but precisely, accessibly, efficiently. Every muscle you move, every thought you think, every breath you take, is a performance choreographed by this code, and yet it remains quiet, humble, unseen. The same code that runs in you runs in coral reefs, mushrooms, jellyfish, tigers. DNA is the universal language of the biosphere, and unlike our code, it doesn't crash, it doesn't fragment. It mutates, yes, but that mutation is evolution's workshop. It doesn't corrupt, it adapts, and now science is catching up to what biology has done all along. Researchers have begun encoding digital files into synthetic DNA. They've stored music, movies, books, even computer viruses inside short strands, then decoded them with perfect accuracy. DNA is stable for thousands of years. It requires no electricity. It's easily replicable. It doesn't degrade under heat or cold like magnetic tape or silicon chips. The future of archival storage may not be in glass drives or quantum processors. It may be in a gene-like spool of chemical symbols. Nature cracked the code long before we knew there was one to crack, and we, finally, are listening. But the metaphor goes deeper, because this isn't just about technology. It's about selfhood, memory, continuity. DNA doesn't just store what you are, it stores when. You are a time capsule. The genes in your cells have been copied and recopied through unbroken generations, stretching back billions of years. Every living thing on Earth is part of the same chain. We are all edits of the same story. A strand that began before language, before culture, before fire, and continues still, silently, copying itself with breathtaking fidelity, with just enough error to evolve. You carry in your body not just your own story, but traces of every ancestor, their resilience, their scars, their adaptations, their survival. Your DNA is their diary, and you pass it forward whether you intend to or not. And this leads to something even more humbling. You are not the author of your code. You inherit it, you express it, but you didn't choose your sequence. It was chosen through you. You are not your own beginning. You are a chapter, a node in a network, a single execution in a recursive loop spanning millennia. And yet, in your choices, in how you eat, how you move, how you love, how you parent, you shape how that code unfolds. You influence what gets expressed, what gets silenced, what gets passed on. The molecule may be inherited, but its meaning is co-authored. And in this sense, DNA becomes not just storage, but conversation between past and future, between the visible and invisible, between biology and biography. And it reveals that complexity does not require size, that vastness does not require space, that an entire internet can live inside a droplet, and an entire lineage can echo inside a cell. You are not empty, you are encoded. You are not a blank slate, you are a library. And though you cannot read yourself directly, you are being read every moment by the machinery of your body, transcribing what you are into what you become. So what do we do with this knowledge? Do we become afraid of predestination, of biology as fate? Or do we become awed by the possibility that inside each of us is a complexity so profound it makes even our most powerful technologies look crude? Because once you realize that your body is not just alive, but aware of itself at the molecular level, you begin to live differently. You eat differently, knowing each bite sends chemical signals to the code. You rest differently, knowing sleep repairs the structure that holds you. You love differently, knowing that intimacy is not just emotional but biological, a sharing of data, of immunity, of rhythm. And perhaps most importantly, you think differently. you begin to see the world not in terms of visible size, but in visible depth. You stop underestimating the small, the subtle, the silent, because you realize that everything, from a banana to a strand of DNA, contains orders of magnitude more than it appears. You realize that power is often quiet, that life doesn't shout its intelligence, it whispers it, in double helices, in cellular repair, in the fact that your very thoughts are built on protein instructions that were drafted before you were born. So the next time you hear someone say, "It's just biology," remember, biology built the internet before we did. Biology encoded memory before we had books. Biology created learning before we had language. You are not walking through the world with a primitive body and a modern mind. You are a miracle of molecular engineering, carrying within you a strand that could hold the knowledge of nations, and does. The future of information may be digital, but its origin, and perhaps its destiny, is molecular, and that molecule is already inside you, writing silently, storing flawlessly, whispering always. You are more than you seem. You can fit all humans into a sugar cube of pure atoms. You walk through the world believing in solidity, in walls that can't be passed through, in chairs that hold you, in bodies that block light and mass that takes up space. You tap your fingers on the table, feel the surface resist, and assume you're touching something full, something real. You look at crowds and see volume, at cities and see density, at yourself and see substance. But what if I told you that none of it, not the buildings, not the people, not even you, is solid in the way you imagine? That every object you've ever touched, including your own skin, is almost entirely empty? That if you could remove the empty space inside the atoms that make up every human on Earth, if you could compress our essence down to only what actually occupies space, you could fit the entire human race into a single sugar cube. 7 billion people. Skin, bone, blood, thought, all reduced to a speck small enough to stir into coffee. Because at the atomic level, we are not matter. We are structure. And that structure is made of almost nothing at all. This is not poetic exaggeration. It is physics. Each atom, the building block of your body, your memories, your breath, is over 99.999% empty space. If the nucleus of an atom were the size of a marble, the nearest electron would be orbiting at a distance of several football fields away. Between them, nothing. No substance, no filling, just a field, a potential, an electric dance of probabilities. The electrons themselves are not like little planets. They're more like clouds, like flickers of presence, smeared out across space and time. They exist in multiple places at once. They can vanish and reappear. They don't orbit the nucleus. They are allowed to exist in certain energy zones and forbidden from others. And somehow, out of this uncertainty, this hollowness, emerges you. Something you call a person. Something you insist is solid. Something that bleeds and bruises and blocks doorways. But it's not solidity you're feeling. It's repulsion. It's force fields. When your hand presses against the table, it's not atoms touching atoms. It's the electric fields of your electrons repelling the electric fields of the wood's electrons. You never actually make contact. You float, held aloft by invisible scaffolding. And yet, that scaffolding is so convincing. It holds your organs in place. It lets you hug. It builds mountains and steel. It crushes cars and carries buildings. It lets a toddler walk and a pianist strike a note. But beneath all of that, beneath the skin, the tissue, the skeleton, lies a cathedral of emptiness, a vast internal sky filled not with substance, but with arrangement. You are not made of stuff. You are made of spacing. You are an illusion of density formed by patterns of charge and probability. The same is true of everyone, of everything. And if somehow we could strip away all the empty space, compress every nucleus, eliminate every shell, collapse every atom to its core, what's left of the human race would be smaller than a teaspoon, a sugar cube of sheer nuclear matter, heavy beyond comprehension, yes, but vanishingly small, a whole species folded into stillness. But why does this matter? Why should this disturb or comfort you? because it means the scale of reality is not what you think. That size and shape and solidity are performances. Tricks played by forces too small to see, choreographed so perfectly we forget they're acting. Because it means that what seems full may be empty, that what looks crowded may be spacious, that the people you pass, the crowds you fear, the body you curse in the mirror, all of them are mostly air, bound together by agreement. An atomic consensus, and suddenly nothing feels quite as heavy. Suddenly your problems feel lighter, your story more flexible, because if you are not solid, then you are not stuck. If you are mostly space, then you are mostly possibility. And maybe this is why we feel so full inside when we grieve, or love, or fear. Because something inside us knows we are not crowded, that we are vessels, that the soul fits easily inside us because we are almost entirely open, that the heart has room to echo because it is built of caverns. You think you contain yourself, but you are not a container. You are a framework, a filament of being stretched across emptiness, humming like a string between stars. And yet, this emptiness is not failure, it's function. Without it, atoms couldn't bond, life couldn't flex, memory couldn't move. Emptiness is what makes interaction possible. And so you walk through a world of ghosts mistaken for statues. A world where matter is not mass, but motion. Where form is not substance, but spin. Where you are not made of the clay of the earth, but of the distances between. And still, you live. You feel. You cry and breathe and build. You carry heartbreak in a structure made mostly of void. You fall in love with a smile made mostly of space. You hold a child whose atoms could pass through yours, if not for electromagnetic law. You laugh into a room where the air is denser than your body, and yet you feel grounded. This is the paradox. You are empty, and yet you matter. So the next time you feel too big, too much, too heavy for your own life, remember the sugar cube. Remember that if the universe collapsed all your atoms to their cores, you would vanish from view, that all of us together would disappear into a dot, and still, that dot would weigh. Still, it would warp space-time. Still, it would matter. You matter. Not because you are dense, but because you are arranged, because you are in motion, because your emptiness hums with history. You are not a mistake of matter. You are a marvel of space. You can slow down light to a complete stop in a lab. We think of light as the one thing in the universe that never waits, the cosmic courier, the messenger that outruns time, the line that always moves forward. Light is speed incarnate, the universal limit, the very symbol of motion. No matter how fast you run, how hard you try, light will always outpace you. It travels at nearly 300,000 kilometers per second, circling the Earth 7 times in a single heartbeat. In physics, it is the baseline, the c in Einstein's E equals mc squared, the lawgiver by which all speed is measured. It sets the boundary between possible and impossible, between now and then, between cause and effect. We call it the fastest thing in existence. But what if that's not the whole truth? What if this untouchable, untamable force, this thing we think of as pure velocity, can be slowed down, even stopped? What if, in a quiet lab, under the right conditions, light can be made to freeze, to pause, to rest? Because it can. Scientists have done it. They have taken light, the fastest thing we know, and brought it to a complete stop. And this changes everything. About what we believe is fixed, about what we think is inevitable, about what it means for something to move through space or through time. To understand this miracle, we must first remember what light is. It is not just brightness, not just what our eyes detect. It is a wave and a particle, an oscillation of electric and magnetic fields traveling through the fabric of space. Photons, packets of light, have no mass. They are pure energy, born from motion and made to move. They are not only what lets us see, but what connects us to distant stars, what grows plants, what encodes the past into images. Light is the means by which the universe witnesses itself. And yet, It behaves not like a bullet, but like a ripple. It slows as it passes through water or glass, bending, changing speed depending on the medium. In a vacuum, it races at full speed. But place it in the right environment, say a cloud of ultra-cold atoms chilled to just above absolute zero, and something astonishing happens. It can be brought to a standstill. In 1999, physicist Lin Hao and her team at Harvard did exactly that. Using a cloud of sodium atoms cooled to near absolute zero, they slowed a pulse of light from 300,000 kilometers per second to just 17 meters per second, the speed of a fast bicycle. Then, using quantum tricks, they stopped the light completely, holding it in place, suspending its information within the cloud like a memory in a jar. And later, they released it again, reanimating a pulse that had once been pure motion. It was no longer just a beam. It was a message, paused, a messenger, resting mid-flight, a ripple held still in the palm of human hands. The implications of this were staggering. It meant that light is not ungovernable, that speed is not destiny, that even the most relentless forces can be negotiated with. But more than that, it meant that time could be asked to wait, because light isn't just fast, it defines fast. Our entire understanding of time relies on how light moves. The second itself is measured using transitions in light's frequency. GPS satellites correct for time dilation caused by light's relative speed in orbit. Even the idea of now, of simultaneity, breaks down in Einstein's relativity unless you account for the delay of light. So to stop light is to tinker with the gears of time itself. To pause the one thing that tells everything else to keep moving. When light is frozen, a kind of temporal silence falls, a stillness in the machine that drives perception. And in that stillness, we glimpse something deeper. That time, like speed, may not be as rigid as we thought. But there's another layer to this, because light is also information. Every photon carries data about color, about distance, about origin. When you look at a star, you are reading a photon that began its journey long ago, sometimes before Earth existed. When we stop light, we are stopping history, holding a sliver of the past in place. This turns the lab into something more than a chamber of atoms. It becomes a vault, a delay line, a whisper of the universe caught mid-sentence. Imagine stopping the light from someone's smile, holding that glow like a photograph, not on film, but in reality. A preserved expression, a moment literally, paused in light itself. This is not just science, it is poetry sculpted from physics. It is the human desire to reach into the stream of time and hold it still. And this forces us to confront the illusion of constants. We grow up believing some things cannot change. Light is fast, gravity pulls, time moves forward. But the universe, it seems, is more pliable than we assume. What we think of as laws are often just habits of nature. Consistent, yes, but not unbreakable. When we learn to speak the right language, the language of cold, of coherence, of quantum alignment, the rules begin to bend. Light, the fleetest traveler, becomes a guest. It pauses in our rooms. It listens. It obeys. And this humility, that nature can be reasoned with, is what makes science beautiful. Not because we dominate it, but because we discover it is, willing to yield, to respond, to reveal. But there's a psychological dimension to this as well. Because if light, the symbol of clarity, speed, and certainty, can be stopped, what does that say about our own urgency? Our need to move, to act, to respond? We live in a culture addicted to motion, to speed, to brightness. We chase the next thing, the next word, the next click. But perhaps, like light, we are allowed to pause, to hold still, to be motionless without decay. Maybe the most luminous parts of us are not those always in motion, but those capable of being held. Thoughts that linger, emotions that settle, memories that crystallize. Maybe our inner light, like the photons in Hao's lab, doesn't lose its truth when it stops. Maybe it becomes clearer. And yet, this ability to slow light also reminds us of fragility. because the conditions required to do so are precise. Absolute, cold, quantum states, fragile coherence, a misalignment, and the light passes through or scatters. Stopping it requires balance, care, intention, and maybe this too is a metaphor, that stillness is not laziness, but mastery, that pausing is not failure, but skill. To freeze light is to create order within chaos, to find calm at the edge of entropy, and perhaps that is what we are trying to do in our own small ways, to stop the rush of the world and hold something true in our hands. So the next time you look into a beam of sunlight, remember, what you see is not just brightness, it is velocity, it is information, it is time in motion, and somewhere in a silent lab, that same light has been paused, not metaphorically, literally. It has been asked to stop, and it did. The fastest thing we know, frozen, waiting, not because it was weak, but because we finally learned how to ask. The sun is actually white, not yellow. Every morning you wake up to the same story told in light. The golden hue of sunlight spilling through curtains, the warm yellow halo edging the skyline, the childlike image etched into your mind since you could first hold a crayon, a big, happy yellow sun hanging over a blue earth. It feels indisputable, like grass being green or water being wet. The sun is yellow. That's what we say. That's what we draw. That's what we teach. But what if I told you it isn't? What if that burning sphere in the sky, the source of heat, life, light, and mythology, isn't yellow at all? What if the sun is in fact white, pure white, not tinged, not tinted, not warmed by gold, but radiating a balanced, blinding whiteness that contains every color, every frequency, every vibration of visible light at once? What if the most fundamental visual truth you've carried with you since childhood was a trick of the air, a distortion created not by the sun itself, but by your position beneath the atmosphere? Because that's the truth. The sun is not yellow. It only appears that way. And that illusion, that warm lie, says more about us than it does about the star itself. To understand this, you must first remember what sunlight actually is. It is not a color, but a spectrum, a broad, continuous stream of electromagnetic radiation, composed of every visible wavelength of light, from deep violet to blood red and everything in between. When all those wavelengths combine in equal measure, what we perceive is white light. Not the white of paint or paper, which reflects light, but the white of purity, of completeness, of perfect balance. The sun emits this light naturally. If you were to drift outside Earth's atmosphere, float in the black vacuum of space, and look directly at the sun, through a filter, unless you wish to go blind, you would not see gold. You would see brilliance, a stark, piercing white, almost cold in its clarity. It is our atmosphere, that thin blue envelope around the planet, that scatters shorter wavelengths of light, especially blues and violets, allowing more of the longer, redder wavelengths to pass through during sunrise and sunset. This scattering shifts the apparent color of the sun, painting it in warm tones that deceive us into believing it's yellow. But the sun never changes. The sun doesn't rise or set. The earth turns, and our view bends through layers of air, dust, humidity. We see the light through a lens, and that lens edits the truth. This is called Rayleigh scattering, and it is the same reason the sky is blue. The shorter wavelengths, blue and violet, are scattered in all directions by the molecules in the atmosphere. During midday, when the sun is directly overhead, the light path is shortest, and more of that balanced white reaches us, though our eyes may still register a slight yellow tint due to the way our brains handle contrast. But at sunrise or sunset, when the sun is low on the horizon, its light travels through a much longer slice of atmosphere. The blues and violets scatter away almost entirely, leaving behind reds, oranges, and yellows. That's why the sun seems warmest when it's farthest from us. That's why sunsets feel romantic. They are not purer versions of the sun. They are distortions, beautiful ones, deliberate ones, Atmospheric hallucinations we've mistaken for fact, and we've built cultures, paintings, myths, and moods on top of those distortions. But this isn't just a lesson in optics, it's a lesson in perception, in how easily the mind replaces what is with what appears to be. We don't see the sun as it is. We see it through the filter of distance, of air, of cultural expectation. And isn't that what we do with everything? With people, with truth, with ourselves. We color things not according to their nature, but according to our position relative to them. Someone's actions seem kind or cruel, depending on our emotional weather. A memory feels bright or dim, depending on our current state of mind. A choice feels noble or shameful, depending on how long we've lived with its consequences. Nothing arrives to us raw. Everything passes through atmosphere. Everything is scattered before it reaches the core of our awareness. And we, like the earth beneath the sun, spin without noticing, blaming the movement on the light instead of the lens. And yet, we never question the yellow sun. We accept it, celebrate it, trust it. And maybe that's not a failure. Maybe that's how myth and meaning work. Maybe we need the yellow, the warm illusion, to make the cold truth livable. Because white is overwhelming. White contains everything. It is not symbolic, not narrative, not nostalgic. It doesn't comfort. It reveals. And sometimes we prefer stories to clarity. We prefer warmth to accuracy. We want the sun to be golden, because gold feels alive. Gold feels safe. But the universe does not cater to comfort. It shines with what is, not what we hope to see. And yet, that doesn't mean what we see is useless. Our illusions, when shared, become culture. The yellow sun becomes a symbol of hope, of constancy, of renewal. It's wrong, yes, but it's a beautiful kind of wrong. Still, the truth remains. The sun is white. White, like the void. White, like potential. White, like a mirror too honest to look into. And when you begin to accept that, you begin to question what else you've misread. What else you've mistaken for permanent. How many of your beliefs were formed under atmospheric conditions? How many of your fears are just scattered light? How many of your identities are tinted by the filters of language, tradition, trauma? You begin to wonder what parts of you are yellow because you were told to be, and what parts might be pure, waiting behind the haze. You begin to search for the raw self, the colorless core, the part of you that shines unbent. And in that search, you find something unexpected, not coldness, but freedom. Because when you accept that even the sun is misperceived, you stop demanding perfection in perception. You start to ask how you're seeing, not just what you're seeing. You learn to remove filters, to shift position, to calibrate your own mental lens. And suddenly, people surprise you. Ideas expand, memories heal. The light becomes fuller, not because it changed, but because you did. You turned your gaze, you adjusted your eyes, you let go of gold so you could grasp the whole spectrum. So the next time you see the sun rising over a field, setting behind buildings, washing the day in warmth, remember, that yellow glow is not its truth. It is a story your sky is telling you, a beautiful lie, a necessary fiction. The real sun, the one beyond the air, beyond the bending, beyond the story, is white, dazzling, infinite, unfiltered white. And perhaps so are you. The strongest force in the universe only works inside atoms. You've heard of power in many forms: hurricanes splitting cities apart, stars collapsing into black holes, oceans folding ships into their depths, human love moving mountains of grief. But beneath all of that, buried deeper than touch, sound, or sensation, there exists a force so unimaginably strong that it holds the very fabric of matter together. Without it, nothing would exist. Not you, not me, not this sentence. It's not gravity, it's not electricity, it's not magnetism. It's the strong nuclear force, the hidden bond at the center of every atom. the invisible clasp that holds protons and neutrons together in the atomic nucleus, overcoming their instinct to fly apart. This force is the strongest known in the universe. But here's the paradox. It only works when things are unimaginably close, not across a room, not across a molecule, but within a fraction of a proton's width. Outside that minuscule range, it disappears, instantly, completely, with no residual pull. It is absolute in strength and ruthless in reach. And in that contradiction lies something beautiful, something almost spiritual, that the greatest powers in existence don't shout across distances. They whisper at contact. They hold tight, only when you dare to draw close. To understand the strength of this force, you must descend into the very core of matter. Not just atoms, but their nuclei. Inside a nucleus, protons sit together in tight quarters, each positively charged. And as any child knows from magnets, like charges repel. So why don't the protons in your body, trillions upon trillions of them, fly apart? Why doesn't your entire structure collapse in an instant under the strain of electrostatic repulsion? Because of the strong force. It's the only thing strong enough to override the screaming electromagnetic repulsion between protons. It binds them together with an intensity so overwhelming that it takes the ferocity of a nuclear bomb to tear them apart. And yet, despite this, it is shy, gentle, quiet. It has no influence beyond a tiny range, less than 1 femtometer. That's 1/millionth of a billionth of a meter. If the strong force were a hand, it could lift mountains, but it could only grip what was already pressed against its palm. This is what allows atoms to exist. It is what allows stars to burn. It is what powered the fusion that created helium in the first 3 minutes after the Big Bang. It is what forges heavy elements in the heart of supernovae. It is the fire behind all fires. And it's working, right now, inside you. Every atom in your body is a miracle of nuclear harmony. And yet, we never feel it. We feel gravity when we fall. We feel heat, light, magnetism. But this, the strongest force of all, is hidden. Its strength is internal, intimate. It operates in silence. And perhaps that is the lesson. That not all strength is visible. That not all power announces itself. That sometimes what holds the world together is what's least seen, least spoken, least understood. And this brings us to metaphor. Because isn't this how human connection works? Think of the bonds that define you. Love, loyalty, memory, grief. Are they loud? Do they reach across distances with ease? Or do they demand closeness, physical, emotional, psychological? The people who shape you most are not those far away, but those who've sat beside you in pain, held your hand in the dark, seen you without masks. The strongest human forces, empathy, trust, forgiveness, only activate in proximity. Just like the strong force. They only operate when you allow vulnerability, when you draw close enough for the repulsion to be overruled. And once you're there, once you're within that sacred range, nothing can tear you apart easily. Not distance, not time, not even death. But if you pull away, even slightly, the bond vanishes. Like the strong force, these human powers don't reach forever. They have limits. They cannot bridge every silence. If ignored, they collapse. And that fragility is not weakness. It is precision. It is what gives meaning to intimacy, that you must choose to stay near for the force to hold. And maybe this is what the universe has been telling us all along. Through physics, through matter, through the atom, that closeness creates strength, that commitment creates structure, that there is a kind of love embedded in the way particles behave. And yet the strong force is not a simple hug. It is not soft. It is binding. Once activated, it is nearly impossible to break. That's why nuclear energy is so powerful. It releases the stored tension in these bonds. It is not magic. It is structure tearing apart. When atoms are split, the energy released is the echo of a bond collapsing, a force once forged in closeness exploding from separation. We harness that for electricity, for medicine, for bombs. We've learned to weaponize the breaking of closeness. But perhaps one day we'll learn to cultivate its strength instead. Imagine a civilization not built on breaking bonds, but reinforcing them. Not on exploiting energy, but amplifying connection. Imagine relationships that obey the laws of the strong force, unwavering once close, respectful of boundaries, silent but indestructible. Imagine societies that understood that real strength doesn't travel far, but anchors deep. That to hold together, we must be willing to press in, to overcome repulsion, to embrace the intensity of proximity. Because that's what this force teaches us, that to bind, you must risk friction, but once you commit, the structure becomes unshakable. So the next time you wonder what holds you together, not just physically, but emotionally, existentially, remember the strong force. Remember that inside every atom, a cosmic promise is being kept. That in the heart of matter, something is choosing cohesion over chaos. Not casually, not loosely, but absolutely. And that choice, made billions of times per second inside you, is what allows you to be, to breathe, to think, to hold. You are not drifting dust. You are a lattice of commitment, held by a force so strong it silences the scream of repulsion. And the only condition? Closeness. The strongest force in the universe only works inside atoms, but perhaps its echo works in hearts too. You share 60% of your DNA with bananas. You walk past a banana without thinking, its curved yellow body waiting patiently in a fruit bowl, humble, disposable, soft. It's a thing you peel and eat, a snack, a source of potassium, a staple of smoothies and school lunches. It is plant, not person. Food, not family. A biological object that exists to serve you, or so you've been taught. And yet deep within its cells, embedded like ancient runes in the spiral staircase of its DNA, lies something both simple and staggering. You, or rather, a reflection of you. A version of your biological code, because approximately 60% of the banana's genetic material is identical to yours. Not metaphorically, not as a metaphor or symbolic gesture, but chemically, measurably, literally. If you unspooled your entire DNA and stretched it beside that of a banana, more than half of the base pairs, those molecular letters that script every detail of your existence, would match. Not because you're fruit, not because nature made a mistake, but because life, underneath all its wild expressions and outward forms, is deeply, fundamentally shared. We are not as separate as we seem. We are not standalone stories. We are chapters in the same book, written in a language of molecules that the entire living world understands. DNA, at its root, is a staggeringly elegant system. Just 4 chemical bases, adenine, thymine, cytosine, and guanine, arranged, in varying sequences, repeated across billions of rungs on a double helix. From this minimal alphabet emerges all of life. What makes a whale different from a tree, or a hummingbird from a human, is not different materials, but different instructions. Different combinations, different timing, different switches. Genes are modular. They are flexible. They are reusable. Evolution doesn't reinvent. It recycles. It preserves what works. It adapts slowly, incrementally, through small shifts in arrangement. That's why you and the banana share so much. The gene responsible for converting starches to sugars during ripening. You have one. The mechanisms for cellular respiration, protein synthesis, DNA repair, all of them operate on near-identical machinery. The similarities aren't trivial. They are foundational, and they exist because life is conservative with its successes. When it finds a molecular pathway that functions well, it holds onto it, not just across generations, but across species, across kingdoms, across geological epochs. And that realization gently unravels the illusion of human exceptionalism. We walk through the world convinced that we are separate, unique, the center, the crown of creation. But molecularly, structurally, biologically, we are variations on a theme. We are evolutionary echoes of everything that has come before. You are not a standalone invention. You are the latest remix of biological elements that have been honed over billions of years, from single-celled organisms to complex, multicellular beings. You are not descended solely from primates. You are descended from moss, from bacteria, from ancient algae, from creatures that once floated in primordial seas. The history of life is not a straight line. It is a web, a weave, and you are one thread among countless others. And perhaps that truth feels threatening. To our egos, to our mythologies, to the stories we've told about being separate from nature. But in another light, it's deeply comforting. Because it means you are never alone, you are never isolated, you are never outside of life, you are life. The same carbon that structures a banana's flesh forms your skin. The same energy from the sun that helps it ripen also fuels your every heartbeat, through chains of photosynthesis, digestion, metabolism. Your breath returns oxygen to the air, your waste returns nitrogen to the soil. You are in constant exchange with air, with plants, with other creatures. You do not live on the earth. You live as the earth. You are not above the web of life. You are woven into it. When you eat a banana, you are not consuming something alien. You are participating in a cycle older than history. A reunion of atoms that were once separated and now briefly rejoin. And when you finish, when you digest, when your body absorbs its nutrients and repurposes its elements, part of the banana becomes you, not metaphorically, not symbolically, literally. Molecules move, identities blur, the boundary between self and other collapses. And in that collapse, something profound emerges. Relationship, interbeing, the quiet, stunning truth that life is not made of objects. It is made of processes, of flows, of communion. So when you hear that 60% of your DNA is shared with a banana, it's not a joke about how we're all fruit. It's an invitation to humility. It's a reminder that complexity does not require separation. That uniqueness does not require arrogance. You can be distinct and still connected, singular and still rooted in the whole. And the more you understand this, the more you begin to question the stories we've inherited about control, about ownership, about hierarchy. If the fruit you eat is your cousin, do you treat it differently? If the tree outside your window is made of the same ancestral sequences that shaped your liver and lungs, do you still see it as scenery or as kin? This matters now more than ever, because we live in a time of ecological crisis, spiritual drought, and widespread disconnection. Not just from each other, but from the living world. We see nature as a backdrop, a warehouse, a challenge to conquer. But DNA doesn't see it that way. DNA sees continuity. DNA speaks the same language in every cell it enters, whether it builds feathers or roots or fingertips. The earth is not divided. It is diverse. And in that diversity, a common thread runs, binding leaf to lung, bark to bone, chlorophyll to consciousness. And maybe, just maybe, this shared biology holds the key to a new kind of ethics. Not one rooted in dominance, but in relationship. Not one fueled by fear, but by kinship. To know that the forest is part of your lineage. To know that the food on your plate is a relative, not just a resource. To know that what you destroy, you also diminish within yourself. That's not sentiment, that's science. That's a cellular truth. And perhaps that's why this realization lingers. Because it doesn't just change how you see bananas, it changes how you see yourself. You are not the apex of creation. You are a passage, a chapter, a note in a much longer song. You are the continuation of the code that stretches from stardust to stromatolites to saplings to sapiens. You are ancient and fleeting, specific and shared, a single moment in the unfolding story of life, but a meaningful one. So the next time you walk past a banana, bruised, soft, nearly forgotten, let it remind you, not just of food or hunger or childhood, but of lineage, of belonging, of the fact that life on this planet is one long sentence, and you and the banana and everything in between are written in the same alphabet. Because DNA is not just the code of life, it is the signature of unity, the spiral bridge between self and other, the memory of where we came from, the promise of where we're still going, and the quiet, enduring truth that every living thing, even the most ordinary, is a miracle, made from the same cosmic clay, and that miracle includes you. A particle can go through a wall. You've spent your life believing in barriers, doors that close, walls that stop, edges that separate here from there, possible from impossible, known from unknown. You were taught that the world is a place of limits, clearly defined, materially enforced. If you throw a ball at a wall, it bounces back. If you push on reality, it pushes harder. That's the lesson. That effort meets resistance. That desire meets denial. That the universe, for all its mystery, has hard edges, final lines. You learn that some things simply cannot be done, that objects can't exist in two places at once, that matter can't pass through matter, that cause must precede effect. You are raised in a reality of certainty, of rules written in stone, of impossibilities baked into the very fabric of what is. And so you learn to live within your lane, to accept that some things just are, until one day, a quiet revolution in physics leans in and whispers otherwise. Quantum mechanics does not politely revise reality. It explodes it. It tells you that particles, the very building blocks of everything you've ever touched, felt, feared, or loved, don't always follow the rules you thought were law. That at the smallest scales imaginable, the universe behaves like a riddle spoken in riddles. One of its strangest truths? Quantum tunneling. A phenomenon so bizarre, it sounds like science fiction. And yet, it's not just real, it's necessary. Atoms and subatomic particles, instead of being stopped by barriers like classical physics insists they should be, sometimes do the unthinkable. They vanish from one side of a wall and reappear on the other, not because they smash through it, but because they didn't care it was there. They tunnel, they slip, they bypass, they defy. To understand how, you must shed the intuition shaped by your everyday world, the realm of apples and planets and arrows and friction. You must enter the quantum scale, where particles aren't particles the way you imagine them. They are wave functions, probability distributions smeared across space and time. They don't exist in a place so much as they hint at one. And these wave functions, unlike hard matter, are generous. They spread, they leak, they extend beyond the confines classical energy would allow. When a particle approaches a barrier, it doesn't have the energy to climb. Classical physics says it stops, full stop. But quantum physics allows for a strange ambiguity. The particle's wave function seeps into the forbidden zone. It decays exponentially, yes, but never truly vanishes. And sometimes, if the barrier is thin enough and the wave persistent enough, the particle reappears on the other side, as if it was never stopped at all, as if the wall was more suggestion than command. This is not metaphor. It is measurement. Quantum tunneling has been observed, studied, harnessed. Without it, stars would not burn. The fusion process in the heart of our sun, the transformation of hydrogen into helium, the reaction that lights the sky, requires it. The protons inside the sun shouldn't, by classical energy standards, ever get close enough to fuse. The heat and pressure aren't enough, but quantum mechanics steps in and shrugs. It allows the impossible. Protons tunnel through their mutual repulsion, and in doing so, fuel every ray of sunlight, every blooming leaf, every breath you take. Your very existence rides on this tiny rebellion, and it's not just stars. Tunneling drives the decay of radioactive atoms, the very process that allows carbon dating to reveal the age of bones and planets. It powers the semiconductors in your computer, your phone, your satellite systems. Tunnel diodes and flash memory and superconductors, technologies that define your digital life, rely on particles slipping through barriers that should be impassable. In the quantum world, this isn't rare, it's routine. The improbable happens not just occasionally, but constantly. The universe doesn't just permit the unlikely, it is built on it. And when you let that sink in, when you step back and Ask not just what this means about particles, but what it means about possibility. Something begins to stir. If the physical world, the very foundation of matter, allows for something as strange and soft as tunneling, then maybe your own perceived limitations aren't as absolute as they seem. How many times have you faced your own walls, trauma, fear, memory, doubt, and believed them to be unpassable? How often have you assumed that transformation requires force, a breakthrough, a meltdown, a crash? But what if, instead of crashing through, you could tunnel? What if, like the particles, you didn't need energy, you needed patience, probability, presence? What if the shape of your mind, like a wave function, could extend beyond what fear defines as your edge? Quantum tunneling reminds us that not all change is visible. Not all passage makes noise. Sometimes, the most miraculous shifts happen not with a bang, but with a shimmer. Not when you fight, but when you exist in a way the old system never expected. You appear on the other side, not broken, but different. And no one can point to the moment it happened. It was too subtle, too quiet, too improbable to track, yet too real to deny. This isn't breaking the rules. It's obeying the deeper ones, the ones hidden beneath our surface logic. Tunneling is not a loophole, it's a law. It tells us that the universe doesn't enforce boundaries with iron fists. It hums with exceptions. It thrives on probabilities. And sometimes improbability is enough. That's all a particle needs. Not certainty, not strength, just a flicker of permission. So maybe that's true for you too. Maybe your breakthrough isn't about force. Maybe it's about coherence. Holding yourself steady long enough, calmly enough, courageously enough, that your possibility begins to leak through the wall, that your presence begins to distort what once held you back. And over time, without even trying to break, you find yourself where you once thought you couldn't be, not by conquering the wall, but by becoming the version of you that exists beyond it. So the next time you feel blocked by doubt, by circumstance, by your own inner architecture, remember the particle, the one that didn't push, that didn't crash, that didn't ask permission. It just existed in the possibility of elsewhere until elsewhere became real. Let that be your model. Let that be your method, to live as a question, not an answer, to trust that improbability is not impossibility, and to know that even the quietest forces, the softest presences, the least likely wave, can cross the wall. Particles can be in two places at once. You've been raised to believe that things exist in specific places, that an object can be here or there, but not both, that a coin is either heads or tails, that a door is either open or closed. You are taught that choices eliminate alternatives, that to step on one road is to leave the other behind. The world you know is built on this binary logic, solid, absolute, decided. The chair is in the room, the book is on the table, the sun is in the sky. But beneath this firm surface of perception lies something strange, something ancient and quiet, and infinitely more flexible, in the realm of the very small, where the rules of everyday life no longer apply. The universe behaves differently. Particles, the fundamental building blocks of everything, do not follow the logic of either or. They do not decide until they are forced to. They live in a shimmering haze of possibility, a superposition of outcomes. They can be, and often are, in multiple states, multiple places, multiple futures at once. Until you look, until you measure, until you ask the question, and only then do they collapse. Not because the world decided, but because you did. This is not poetry. This is quantum mechanics. This is the heart of existence whispering that reality does not unfold until someone watches. And even then, it might not unfold the way you expect. This phenomenon is known as quantum superposition, and it is one of the most profound and unsettling features of the universe. It means that a single particle, say an electron or a photon, can exist in all possible positions, or all possible energy states, or all possible orientations simultaneously. Not as a metaphor, not as a confusion, but as a measurable, Testable physical fact. The most famous demonstration of this is the double-slit experiment, a deceptively simple setup with impossibly deep implications. When a single particle of light is fired at a barrier with two open slits and then detected on the screen behind it, it creates an interference pattern, as if it passed through both slits at the same time. This pattern suggests the particle behaved not like a billiard ball but like a wave that split, interfered with itself, and then reunited on the other side. But here's the twist. If you try to observe which slit it went through, if you place a detector at the slits to force the particle to choose, the interference pattern disappears. The wave collapses. The particle acts like a single object again, as if your curiosity punctured its multiplicity, as if the act of watching changed what was watched. And this is not an illusion. This is not a fluke. It has been repeated countless times with electrons, atoms, molecules, even small biological structures. It defies classical logic, but it obeys quantum laws. The particle doesn't decide where it is until it must, until you make it choose, until the potential becomes reality. And this throws every assumption you've made about the world into question. Because if particles, the things that make up you, your thoughts, your memories, can exist in multiple states at once, then so can everything made from them. And that includes you, your brain, your decisions, your path. The implications are dizzying. If observation collapses possibility into certainty, then unobserved systems may remain fluid, undecided. This doesn't mean that reality is fake. It means that it is interactive. That consciousness, or at the very least measurement, is not just a passive witness, but an active participant in shaping outcomes. This raises questions that blur the lines between science and philosophy. What is observation? Who is the observer? Is the universe waiting for us to look before it makes up its mind? And if so, what else is still undecided? What else is waiting, not in time, but in attention? But perhaps even more striking is what this tells us about possibility. In classical thought, choices close doors. In quantum thought, choices collapse, branches. But until the moment of choice, the world remains wide, alive with contradiction, filled with futures that haven't yet been pruned. A quantum particle doesn't have to choose between two places. It is both, until someone demands certainty. And that brief stretch between uncertainty and collapse, is where all the magic lives, where the world is at its most generous, where every door is still open, every version of you is still alive, every chance still breathes. And that applies to more than particles. It applies to your heart, to your dreams, to your past. You carry within you quantum echoes, not because your body is spooky or mystical, but because it is made from the same uncertain stuff. Your memories may feel stable, but they are not. Your identity may feel fixed, but it is not. You are, at every moment, a superposition of selves. The one who left and the one who stayed. The one who forgave and the one who didn't. The one who spoke and the one who stayed silent. You are both, until the story collapses, until someone tells it, until you look back and decide which version becomes true. But even then, the others remain, ghostly, unmeasured, possible. The paths not taken are not gone. They are unobserved, dormant, like particles waiting behind the slit, dancing in all directions, waiting for a reason to appear. And isn't that freeing? Isn't that terrifying? That your life is not linear, but braided, not final, but fluctuating. That the wall between what is and what might have been is not made of stone, but of silence. And perhaps this is why we fear being seen, because being seen, truly seen, is a kind of collapse, a kind of measurement. When someone observes you, your wave function tightens. You become legible, specific, finite. It is why intimacy is so overwhelming, because it reduces your multiplicity to a version, the one they name, the one they remember. But even then, the other versions hum beneath the surface. You can always change, always tunnel, always shift, because you are not a particle. You are a field. You are not a point. You are a pattern. And your possibilities stretch far beyond what you've allowed yourself to see. So the next time you feel stuck between two choices, two cities, two loves, two fears, remember the particle. It does not choose prematurely. It does not reduce itself before it must. It allows contradiction. It carries possibility as identity. And when the time comes, when observation collapses the wave, it moves forward, not because it lost its other selves, but because one version became real. And that version too is made of light. Particles can be in two places at once. So can you, until you decide to look. If you fold paper 42 times, it reaches the moon. You hold a sheet of paper in your hand. It's nothing special, thin, flexible, forgettable. You've crumpled hundreds like it, written on them, thrown them away, folded them into airplanes, or notes or corners to mark time in a book. You feel its lightness, its fragility. You know that if you fold it once, it doubles in thickness. Fold it again, it doubles again. But after 5 or 6 folds, it resists. The layers build. The air pushes back. Your hands begin to fail. By the 7th fold, most paper becomes too thick to bend with human strength, and so you assume the idea ends there, that nothing more can happen. But then someone asks, what if you could keep going? What if, instead of stopping at fold 7, you reached fold 10, 20, 30? And then they say something impossible. If you could fold that paper 42 times, it would reach the moon, and not metaphorically, literally. One standard sheet of paper, folded 42 times, would stretch 384,000 kilometers. You laugh at first. It sounds like a lie, a parlor trick, but the math is sound. Because doubling, true doubling, doesn't grow like a line. It grows like a storm, like a whisper turning into a roar, like silence suddenly becoming everything. That's the power of exponential growth. Invisible at first, then incomprehensible. Let's break it down. A piece of paper is roughly 0.1 millimeters thick. After one fold, it's 0.2 millennium. After 2 folds, 0.4 millennium. After 3, 0.8 millennium. Still, nothing. After 10 folds, you reach barely a centimeter. Still laughable. But keep going, and something strange happens. At fold 20, the thickness is over 100 meters. At fold 30, it exceeds 100 kilometers. Fold 40, and you're approaching a quarter of the way to the moon. At 42 folds, you're there. That's 2.42 times the original thickness, or over 439,804 kilometers. What started as something you could tear without effort has become a tower taller than the human imagination is equipped to process. And that leap, from tiny to cosmic, happens not slowly, but suddenly. You don't notice it building. Then, all at once, it's overwhelming. This is the paradox of exponential change. It feels like nothing, and then it feels like everything. It hides in the early steps, in the invisibly growing curve. Linear growth is what we understand. It's neat, predictable. If you take 1 step per second, after 100 seconds, you've gone 100 steps. But exponential growth says, take 1 step, then 2, then 4, then 8. After 10 seconds, you've taken over 1,000 steps. After 20, over 1,000,000. After 30, 1,000,000,000. You're not walking anymore, you're teleporting. And that leap, that sudden skyward turn, is where most people lose the plot. Because it's unnatural to us. Our minds evolved to expect the linear, the predictable, the slope, not the surge. And so, when exponential change arrives, in biology, in technology, in habits, in emotions, we are caught off guard. We think nothing is happening. Then we drown in its wave. And this doesn't just apply to paper. It applies to everything that grows silently. Learning, savings, trust, addiction, skill, climate, disease. You study a language and feel stupid for weeks. Then one day, you understand a sentence and wonder how it happened. You save tiny amounts of money and feel poor for years. Then compound interest launches your balance skyward. You work out every day and see no change, until suddenly your shirt fits differently. And you think, this happened overnight. But it didn't. It happened fold by fold. Increments, not miracles. Quiet persistence, not magic. The moon was always within reach. You just didn't notice the tower rising until you looked down, and perhaps the most powerful application of this truth is in identity. Because we tend to believe that who we are is fixed, that we are kind or cruel, strong or weak, brilliant or broken. But identity, too, folds. Each act of kindness, each refusal to lie, each attempt to grow, no matter how small, doubles into something larger. At first, it seems pointless, insignificant. You meditate one day and feel nothing. You go to therapy and still feel broken. You try again, and again. And then one day, not dramatically, but definitely, something changes. You don't yell when you're frustrated. You don't spiral when you're ignored. You don't flinch when you're seen. And you realize you're different, not because of one choice, but because of 42 folds no one saw. And yet the challenge with this truth is that it demands patience. The early folds feel like failure. The growth is invisible. No one applauds the second fold. No one notices when you journal, or stretch, or read a page. You feel foolish, alone. But this is where most people quit. At fold 5, fold 10, just before the curve rises, just before the climb becomes flight. And the world, which celebrates results, not rituals, does not help. It shames the beginner. It mocks the invisible. It forgets that every mastery was once silent repetition. And so we must remind ourselves, the miracle is not in the final fold. It is in the folding itself. In the faith that doubling, however small, always leads somewhere. And here is the twist. Folding gets harder with each attempt. Not because the math changes, but because resistance increases. The paper thickens. The habit grows boring. The silence feels louder. The progress slows. But this is not a sign to stop. It is proof that the curve is bending, that the weight is real, that the leap is near. And when the fold finally breaks through, when the tower reaches the sky, it will look like a miracle. But you will know better. You will know it was simply math, simply faith, simply showing up when nothing showed back. So the next time you look at a blank page, or an unchanging habit, or a life that feels stuck, remember the fold. Remember that impossibility is often just unfamiliarity with exponential truth. That what seems too far may be 42 quiet steps away. That change is not a roar. It is a whisper repeated until it shakes the world. You don't need to see the moon. You just need to fold. Hot water can freeze faster than cold water. You've grown up believing in order, that the world unfolds in predictable sequences, that cold follows hot, that slowing down follows speeding up, that before you can freeze, you must first cool. You boil water for tea and wait for it to settle before placing it in the fridge, trusting that temperature falls like a staircase. Hot becomes warm, warm becomes cool, cool becomes cold, and only then, finally, does it freeze. And this makes sense. It aligns with the logic your body understands. You remove something from fire, and it takes time to calm. But nature, as always, is more complex than our intuitions, and sometimes heat itself can accelerate the path to cold. In certain conditions, under certain circumstances, hot water can freeze faster than cold water. This is not an urban legend. It is a verified, repeatable phenomenon known as the Mpemba effect, named after Erasto Mpemba, a Tanzanian student who, in 1963, dared to speak out when his teacher refused to believe him. He had observed that boiling milk, when placed in a freezer, sometimes froze faster than cooler milk. He was ridiculed until physicists confirmed he was right. And from this quiet rebellion against thermodynamic intuition, a question exploded into science. How could something so hot leap ahead of something so cold? To understand this mystery, you must first abandon the idea that freezing is simply about reaching 0 degrees Celsius. Freezing is not just a matter of temperature, it is a dynamic ballet between heat, energy, pressure, evaporation, convection, and molecular structure. The Mpemba effect does not occur under all conditions. and its precise mechanisms are still debated. But several contributing factors help explain why the paradox unfolds. First, evaporation. Hot water evaporates faster than cold, reducing its volume and therefore the amount of water that must freeze. Less water, faster freeze. Second, convection currents. In hot water, these are more vigorous, allowing heat to distribute and escape more efficiently. Third, supercooling. Cold water may cool below freezing without forming ice if it lacks nucleation points, whereas hot water, by killing impurities or altering molecular structure, may crystallize more readily. Fourth, dissolved gases. Hot water holds less gas, changing its thermal properties. And fifth, container interactions. The way water interfaces with its environment changes when hot. It may melt a thin layer of frost, allowing better thermal contact with a cold surface. But even with all this, something deeper remains, something less physical and more philosophical. Because what shocks us about the Mpemba effect is not its mechanism, but its meaning. It tells us that the path to stillness is not always what we expect, that beginnings don't always predict endings, that something filled with intensity, energy, even chaos, may sometimes arrive at peace sooner than something that began calmly. This violates the narrative we carry in our bones, that healing must be linear, that trauma must delay growth, that rage must outlast indifference. But what if heat is not always a hindrance to freezing? What if the very intensity of your inner fire, your pain, your passion, your motion, is sometimes what allows you to arrive at stillness first? Think of the people you know. Some who have burned the brightest, those who carried trauma, heartbreak, fire in their bones, sometimes become the calmest, not because they avoided suffering, but because they passed through it fully. They didn't pause at lukewarm, they boiled, they evaporated what they didn't need, they surrendered volume, and somehow they arrived at quiet, sooner than those who hovered in the middle. The Mpemba effect then becomes a metaphor for healing, for transformation. It says, your heat does not disqualify you from peace. It may in fact be the reason you reach it faster. And this is not just poetic, it is practical, because we are often told to cool down before we can change, to temper ourselves, to reduce emotion. But maybe that's not always the way. Maybe the boiling point is not an obstacle, but a gateway. Maybe radical intensity of thought, of feeling, of honesty is what clears the way for sudden stillness. You see it in grief. Those who let themselves weep without restraint often come to acceptance faster than those who suppress. You see it in art. The rawest work, born from emotional fire, often freezes in the minds of others more lastingly than something calculated. You see it in systems. Revolutions born of heat sometimes lead more directly to reinvention than slow reform. And you see it in yourself. The moments you burned, embarrassed, ashamed, enraged. Those moments may have carried you faster to clarity than years of indifference. But the Mpemba effect also warns us. Extremes are unstable. The path from heat to ice is narrow and unpredictable. The conditions must be right. Boiling doesn't always lead to freezing. Sometimes it leads to explosion. The point is not that intensity is always good, but that it is not always bad. That in the right vessel, under the right conditions, with the right release, your heat may not delay you. It may accelerate your becoming. And that's the wisdom. You are not broken because you burn. You are not disqualified because you feel too much. If water can leap past its cooler self, so can you. And in this paradox lies another truth, that our assumptions about change are often wrong. We think we know how people transform. We expect slow gradients, gentle transitions. But sometimes people jump. Sometimes the ones who seem farthest from healing get there first, because they've already burned off what others still carry, because their system has already begun the turn, because they dared to fold again when others flattened. And in that, there is hope. Not just for individuals, but for civilizations. The world feels overheated, boiling with conflict, injustice, noise. But maybe Just maybe, this intensity is not the end, but the condition for a radical freeze, a sudden crystallization of new order, a change that doesn't follow the rules of comfort, but the physics of paradox. So the next time you're told to calm down before you're ready, remember the Mpemba effect. Remember that your boiling may be part of your freezing, that your rapid heart may not disqualify you from peace. It may deliver you to it faster than stillness ever could. That in a universe where water defies the laws of intuition, maybe so can you. Maybe you are not lost because you're hot. Maybe you are closer to becoming ice than anyone can see. Because sometimes the fastest path to stillness is fire. The vacuum of space isn't empty, it's boiling with activity. You look at the night sky and see darkness between the stars. Deep, silent, eternal blackness that seems to stretch forever. You imagine this blackness as emptiness, a void, a vast nothing between planets and galaxies, where no wind blows, no light flickers, no substance floats. This emptiness feels comforting in its purity, like a canvas upon which matter is painted, or a pause between the cosmic beats of time. You are taught to call this space a vacuum, and with that word comes the assumption of absence, a place without particles, without energy, without noise. But what if this assumption is wrong? What if that emptiness is not empty? What if the darkness between stars is not the stillness of death, but the hiding place of the most restless activity in the universe? Because it is. The vacuum of space, the place you thought was the closest thing to nothing, is in fact boiling with activity. It is not silent. It is seething. Beneath the threshold of what your eyes can see or your hands can feel. It is alive with motion, chaos, flickers of existence that burst into being and vanish before anyone can catch them. This is not science fiction. It is quantum field theory. It is physics at its most elegant and most disturbing. And once you understand it, you will never look at emptiness the same way again. To grasp the fullness of the vacuum, you must first unlearn what nothing means. In classical physics, a vacuum is a space devoid of matter, a container with zero particles, zero pressure, zero presence. But quantum physics says, even in the absence of matter, there is still energy. Not visible energy, not kinetic or thermal, but a kind of permanent trembling, a zero-point fluctuation that never rests. According to quantum field theory, every type of particle in the universe, electrons, quarks, photons, is a ripple in an underlying field that permeates all of space. These fields cannot be turned off. They are the fabric of the universe itself. And even when there are no real particles present, the fields themselves continue to vibrate, unpredictably, eternally. These vibrations give rise to what we call virtual particles. Particle-antiparticle pairs that emerge from the vacuum, exist for the briefest instant, and annihilate one another, leaving behind no trace except the disturbance they caused. These are not imaginary. They have observable effects. They influence how particles behave. They are responsible for the Casimir effect, where two metal plates in a vacuum attract each other, not because of magnetism, but because the space between them has fewer virtual particles than the space outside. They are responsible for Hawking radiation, the slow evaporation of black holes. They are written into the equations of our best theories, and yet they are invisible, because the vacuum is not empty, it is full, but of things that disappear faster than time. This is deeply counterintuitive. It means that nothingness is not nothing. That emptiness is not absence, but fluctuation. That the foundation of existence is not stillness, but storm. And that even where there is nothing, the potential for everything remains. Because these quantum fluctuations are not random noise. They are possibility fields. Given the right conditions, a virtual particle can become real. A flicker can become flame. The entire universe, according to some models, may have been born from such a fluctuation. A moment where the balance of zero was disturbed, and from that imbalance, time and space exploded into being. This idea is not fringe. It is supported by mathematics, by experiments, by the very fabric of how particles behave. The vacuum is not the absence of being. It is the seedbed of becoming. And this has implications far beyond physics, because it challenges your idea of silence, of stillness, of loneliness. How often have you felt like a vacuum, like a space between things, a pause in meaning, a container without content? How often have you assumed that emptiness means absence, that if nothing visible is happening, nothing is happening at all? But what if you too are boiling inside? What if your quietest moments are the most active, not on the surface, but below it, in thought, in potential, in the virtual flicker of ideas not yet formed, feelings not yet spoken, changes not yet visible? What if your pain, your numbness, your stillness are not dead zones, but boiling points the eye cannot see? Because you are made of these fluctuations. Your atoms exist because virtual particles make possible the forces that hold them together. Your neurons fire because quantum fields allow the exchange of bosons, the carriers of interaction. Your very thoughts arise from matter that, at its core, is flickering in and out of certainty. You are not a solid object. You are a standing wave in a field of vibrations. And even when you feel like nothing, you are full of movement. And this flips everything. It means absence is not the opposite of presence. It is its foundation. The vacuum is not the enemy of form. It is the condition for it. Just as silence is not the absence of music, but the structure that gives music meaning. Just as darkness is not the death of light, but the contrast that makes light visible. Just as stillness is not the absence of growth, but the soil in which it roots. The vacuum, this so-called nothing, is the raw potential of everything. It is not the end, it is the origin. So what does this teach you about yourself? That your emptiness may be fertile, that the spaces you fear, the gaps, the pauses, the lonely nights, may be boiling under the surface, preparing something too fast to see. That your mind, in stillness, may be assembling futures. That your sadness, your silence, your withdrawal, may be the vacuum's echo in you, preparing for a flicker to become a flame, preparing for one of your virtual possibilities to break through, to become real. And this, in the end, is the great lesson of the vacuum, that what looks like nothing is often the birthplace of everything, that the universe hides its activity where we expect silence, that creation is not always loud. Sometimes it begins in a flicker, in a pause, in a breath. So the next time you look into the dark sky and feel the loneliness of stars, remember, the vacuum between them is not empty, it is boiling, it is alive, and so are you. Most of the mass in the universe comes from empty space. You grow up believing that mass is substance, that it is stuff, matter, the dense core of existence that resists push and pull, that gives things weight and form and inertia. You imagine atoms as tiny marbles, dense and solid, indivisible bricks of the universe. You picture protons and neutrons as heavy little spheres packed with mass, nestled in the center of every atom like anchors of reality, while electrons swirl weightlessly around them like decorative shadows. You think of mass as a quantity, of matter, something tangible, built in, permanent. You believe gravity acts on mass like a hand holding a rock, pulling it, shaping it, giving it consequence. Mass, you learn, is what makes things real. It's what keeps the moon around the earth, your feet on the floor, your thoughts inside your brain. It is the stuff behind everything. But then, physics walks up behind you and whispers something strange. Most of that stuff doesn't actually come from the things themselves. Most of the mass in the universe doesn't reside in particles. It doesn't sit like a lump of weight waiting to be measured. It emerges. It's created. And not by adding more substance, but by motion, by tension, by the refusal of quantum fields to remain still. Mass, it turns out, is not just what something is. It's what something does. It's not a thing. It's a behavior. It is a storm inside a shell, a trapped fire that you mistake for weight. Let's start at the core, the atomic nucleus. Take the proton, one of the fundamental building blocks of matter. It is composed of 3 quarks, 2 up quarks and 1 down quark, each with a tiny amount of intrinsic mass. If you add them together, you get a total that accounts for less than 2% of the proton's actual mass. So where does the rest come from? The answer is wild. It comes from energy, from motion, from the quark's kinetic energy, from the dynamic exchange of gluons, the force carriers of the strong nuclear force, and from the tension of the vacuum itself. The interior of a proton is not static. It is a furious dance, a storm of binding, bending, and bouncing that never stops. Quarks zip around at relativistic speeds, exchanging gluons in a never-ending tug-of-war, each gluon pulling on the quarks, each interaction layering more and more energy into the system. And energy, according to Einstein's famous equation, E=mc2, is mass. Mass is simply the weight of energy slowed down. So what you think of as a particle, a point, a thing, is really a system, a relationship. The proton is not a pebble. It is a container for chaos. It has mass not because it holds stuff, but because it traps motion. And this trapped motion resists change. That resistance is inertia. That resistance is mass. But it doesn't stop there. All visible matter, stars, planets, bodies, is made primarily of protons and neutrons, which are themselves made of quarks and gluons, which means that the mass of everything you see, the trees, the oceans, the cities, your hands, arises not from substance, but from activity, from buzzing, from pressure, from quantum forces that refuse to go quiet. You are heavy not because you're full, but because your emptiness is alive. And the emptiness is real. An atom is over 99.9% empty space. Even its nucleus, where most of its mass resides, is a speck in a void. And inside that nucleus, the protons and neutrons, those supposed solid cores, are themselves hollow storms, energy bound in shape, formed from fluctuations, confined by the strong force, which is so potent it never lets a quark escape. No free quark has ever been observed. They are permanently trapped, bound together in an endless circuit of force and feedback. This confinement, this insistence on containment, gives rise to mass. The pressure required to keep the pieces from flying apart becomes the thing you call substance. In essence, the mass of the universe, the very reason anything has weight, comes not from being, but from resisting unbeing. This changes everything. It means the material world is not built from bricks, but from balance, from opposition, from fields that refuse collapse, from emptiness that churns with presence. Your body, your thoughts, your presence in space, they are the result of invisible relationships holding still just long enough to appear solid. And what's more, this behavior is everywhere. It's not a rare exception. It's the rule. The Higgs field, a quantum field that permeates all of space, is responsible for giving some particles their intrinsic mass. But even that mechanism isn't about stuff. It's about interaction. Particles moving through the Higgs field encounter resistance, and that resistance manifests as mass. Again, not a thing, a process. A particle that interacts strongly with the Higgs field becomes massive. One that interacts weakly remains light. The universe is built not from what things are, but from how they interact, from how they move. You begin to realize solidity is a story we tell to make motion tolerable. Matter is not a solid substance. It is a slow echo, a tangle of vibrations woven into something still enough to call real. And if this is true physically, what else might it mean? Because if matter, the most basic ingredient of the universe, is made from motion, from tension, from emptiness refusing to break apart, then perhaps the same is true for you. Not metaphorically, but fundamentally. You are a system of conflicts, held in harmony. You are a structure of pressures kept in place. The weight you feel emotionally, psychologically, spiritually, may also arise from motion, from the speed of your thoughts, from the friction of your past against your present, from the dreams you have not yet surrendered, pushing quietly, against the ones you already carry. Maybe your heaviness is not because you're broken, but because you are burning. Maybe what you call stress is the energy of selfhood confined into shape. You feel like a contradiction, and you are. But contradiction is what gives a proton mass. Maybe it gives you meaning too, and the silence inside you, the space that feels hollow, may not be empty. It may be the very thing that allows for formation. Stillness does not mean absence. It means tension, balanced so perfectly that it appears calm. And so, what you thought was lack may actually be density in disguise. Look at the stars. Their light is possible because of fusion. And fusion is possible because mass itself, dynamic, buzzing, emergent, releases energy when rearranged. Your very atoms were forged in that violence. You are the product of storms. You carry galaxies inside you. So the next time you feel weightless, meaningless, invisible, remember, visibility is not proof of significance. Most of what makes you matter is not what you can point to. It is what you contain, what resists collapse, what pushes back against entropy. That push, that quiet refusal, is mass. It is meaning. And the next time someone tells you that, you are too much, remember what physics says. Your mass is not from what's visible. It is from everything that won't sit still inside you. You are not heavy because you are broken. You are heavy because you are bound. Because the fields within you are loud with life. Because the silence in you is not the absence of meaning, but the containment of it. You are not built from substance. You are built from relationships, from symmetry and its breaking, from motion, still just enough to become structure. You are matter that thinks, emptiness that remembers, fields that hold, because most of the mass in the universe, including yours, comes from emptiness. But it is an emptiness alive with tension, bursting with confinement, vibrating with memory. And that's what gives you weight, not your size, not your shape, but your refusal to fall apart. Time moves slower the faster. You go. You live inside a rhythm you cannot hear. The ticking of time, steady and invisible, governing every breath, every heartbeat, every thought you mistake for freedom. Seconds fall like raindrops, so familiar. You stop noticing them. Clocks measure them, schedules obey them. You plan your life as if they are fixed, equal, universal. 1 second here is 1 second there. 1 minute of waiting is 1 minute of regret. Time, you are told, flows like a river, smooth, consistent, inescapable. But this isn't true. Time is not a river. It is a fabric, a stretchable thing. It bends, it twists, and the faster you move through space, the slower time moves for you. This is not metaphor. It is physics. A law, not a theory. One that Einstein gave a name: time dilation. A phenomenon so strange, it sounds like myth. Until you understand that it governs satellites, in orbit, particles in accelerators, and even the way your GPS works. Time does not tick at the same rate for all observers. And that means your experience of time is not just personal. It is physical, relative, warped by motion. And from that truth comes a shattering realization. The faster you chase the future, the slower it reaches you. Let's begin with speed, not the kind you feel in a car or on a plane, but the kind that challenges light. According to special relativity, the speed of light is the ultimate speed limit in the universe. 299,792,458 meters per second. No object with mass can reach it. But as you move faster, closer to this limit, strange things begin to happen. Not just visually, but fundamentally. If you were to travel at 90% the speed of light, your time would pass more slowly compared to someone at rest. Your heart would beat more slowly. Your clock would tick more slowly. And yet, to you, nothing would feel strange. Your seconds would feel normal. But when you return, if you could return, you would discover the outside world has aged more than you. A journey of a year for you might be decades for others. This isn't imagination. This is the twin paradox. Send one twin into space at high velocity, keep the other on Earth, and when they reunite, they will be different ages. Time stretched differently for them, not because it was broken, but because it is not absolute. And this warping of time isn't limited to speed. Gravity does it too. According to general relativity, massive objects like planets, stars, black holes warp spacetime. Clocks run slower in stronger gravitational fields. Stand at the bottom of a mountain and your watch ticks ever so slightly slower than your friends at the summit. Live near a black hole and time crawls. Light itself bends. Reality reshapes. And the closer you get to the edge, to the event horizon, the more time stretches. To an outside observer, you appear frozen, suspended. But to you, seconds tick normally. You don't feel slowed. You feel unchanged. While the universe races ahead, and this is the crux of it all, time doesn't feel slower to the one moving fast. It stretches only from the outside. You live inside your own flow, blind to how it diverges, and that means your experience of life is always partial, incomplete. You cannot know how time moves for others. You can only measure it after the fact. When it's too late. When the traveler returns older or younger. When the clock on the mountain disagrees with the clock in your hand. When the signal from a distant star arrives changed, redshifted, distorted not just by space, but by time itself. And here's where science becomes philosophy. Because if time can stretch, slow, bend, then so can memory. So can grief. So can change. How often have you felt stuck in a moment while the world moved on? How often has a year vanished in a blink, or a minute stretched into hours? Trauma slows time. Joy collapses it. Routine erases it. You live in the paradox of subjective time, where the ticking of your internal clock rarely matches the world's. And perhaps this isn't illusion. Perhaps it is your own form of motion. Your emotional velocity dragging time into new shapes. Your love near a black hole. Your anxiety traveling near light speed. Your nostalgia folding past into present until time no longer behaves. And this changes how you think about urgency, about ambition, about stillness. We are told to hurry, to move fast, to get ahead. But the faster we go, the more time bends. The more the present slows, the more the future stretches. You think speed will bring you closer to something, success, love, meaning. But physics says otherwise. Speed separates. Time slows for the runner, but not for the world. And perhaps this is why you feel distant. Why the harder you chase, the further it feels. Why stillness often feels more real than motion. Because when you stop, when you stay, when you sink into gravity instead of fleeing it, you share time with others. You align, and suddenly clocks tick together and presence returns. But that doesn't mean motion is bad. It means it's a choice, a power. To move fast is to claim your own time, to separate from the world's rhythm, to extend your moments while others pass you by. This is not freedom. It is cost, and it must be paid with distance, with delay. The astronaut who ages slowly cannot watch the world keep pace. They gain time, but lose history. They return young, but alone. So the next time you feel time slipping, remember, it is not slipping. It is stretching, warping, bending to the curve of your choices. You are not racing time. You are shaping it. And your speed, emotional, physical, spiritual, changes how it flows. You are not late. You are simply moving through a different frame. And the faster you go, the more your seconds slow. Not to punish you, but to remind you. Time does not belong to everyone equally. It belongs to those who feel it. Because time moves slower the faster you go. And in that slowing, you are not escaping life. You are bending it, holding it, becoming a vessel for seconds that others cannot touch. And maybe, just maybe, that's what makes you infinite. The moon is moving away from Earth. Each year, you look up at night and see her, the moon, suspended like a glowing sentinel above the Earth, steady, dependable, ancient. She has lit the darkness for every generation that has ever lived. She has pulled at our oceans with invisible strings. She has synchronized the rhythms of creatures that never knew her name. She has inspired poets, warned sailors, startled dreamers, guided calendars, and watched silently as civilizations were born and buried beneath the dust. The moon is our first companion, our softest mirror. She reflects the sun's unrelenting fire into something more tender, into something we can bear to look at, something that lights our night but never blinds us. She is gentleness without weakness, presence without demand. You think she's fixed there, circling us in eternal return, locked in orbit like a dance that never ends. A symbol of permanence in a world that spins too fast. But the truth is quieter, sadder, more poetic. The moon is leaving us, not figuratively, physically, not in a rush, but with perfect patience. About 3.8 centimeters farther away each year, the width of your fingernail, so small that no one feels it, so slow that it takes eons to notice. But she is drifting, relentlessly, measurably, inevitably. And if nothing intervenes, billions of years from now, she will be too far to perfectly eclipse the sun, too distant to raise the same tides, too removed to be what she has always been. A gentle giant overhead, threading light into our nights. The moon is not falling away, she is stepping back, like someone who loves you enough not to leave abruptly, but knows she must leave all the same. This isn't metaphor, it's mechanics. The cause begins in the oceans, not in the sky. Earth spins, fast and full of momentum, dragging its oceans around like a cape. But the moon, with her pull, resists. Her gravity pulls at the water, forming bulges, tides, that chase our continents as we rotate. These bulges aren't just ocean drama, they are energy in motion. The Earth's rotation causes the tidal bulge to move slightly ahead of the moon. And because gravity works both ways, that bulge tugs forward on the moon, accelerating her. At the same time, the moon pulls back on the bulge, slowing the Earth's spin. In that exchange, a story unfolds. Earth is trading rotational energy to the moon, and the moon, with her growing momentum, spirals outward. As our days grow imperceptibly longer, the moon steps quietly away. We don't notice it day to day, but if we were to compress geological time into a human lifetime, we'd feel it. We'd see the moon slowly growing smaller in the sky, less powerful in her pull. In the age of dinosaurs, she loomed larger, her tides more violent, her eclipses more absolute. And in the distant future, when humans may be gone or changed beyond recognition, eclipses will never again be total. The sun will outshine her silhouette. The cosmic geometry that allows the moon to perfectly cover the solar disk will have vanished. Future skies will lack that drama, that symmetry. The dance will not end in rupture, but in drifting apart. Like two dancers who, tired, lose step and float to opposite ends of the stage. And this drift, this gentle retreat, is a lesson written in gravity, not just in physics, but in feeling. Because not all departures come in storms. Some arrive as silence, as subtle shifts in orbit, as shadows that grow fainter, not because we stop looking, but because they've moved just far enough that their pull changes us differently. The moon's escape is not betrayal. It is inevitability. It is love that understands distance. And this makes her not just a satellite, but a metaphor. Because we too lose things slowly. We too outgrow or are outgrown. Not because we failed to hold on, but because holding on can never stop the dance of motion. Friendships drift. Parents watch children grow into strangers. Lovers fade into memory. Identities we once clung to like anchors slowly dissolve. Not by force, but by time. And in each of these, there is no moment where everything breaks. No explosion, just a widening gap, a pause, an inching away. We don't always realize what we've lost until it's out of reach. And still, the moon shines. Still, she orbits. Still, she pulls our oceans and shapes our sleep. Distance does not erase influence. It changes it, transforms it. And so, in this cosmic unraveling, there is a strange kind of hope. That even what leaves can still leave something behind. A pattern, a rhythm, a pull. The moon's retreat slows Earth's spin. Her exit elongates our days. She is changing time itself. And maybe that is the quiet grace of distance, that it creates space enough to become something else. In this light, the moon becomes a parable for everything you love and fear to lose: your childhood, your language, your first love, the version of yourself who once dreamed differently, who once laughed more freely, cried more openly, dared more often. She is still there, just not as close. She hasn't disappeared. She has drifted. And if you listen, you may still hear her. In your tides, in your instincts, in the shape of your quietest thoughts. We are all made of such orbits. Things that once felt central become peripheral, but their gravity never quite lets go. And if the moon teaches us anything, it is that change doesn't always need to hurt to be real. That soft departures are still departures. That grace is not the absence of loss, but the art of how we let things go. Some endings arrive in silence. Some transformations are measured in centimeters, not earthquakes. And those are often the ones that shape us most. So look up. The moon is still there, still shining with borrowed light, still shaping the night with her presence. But she is also vanishing, millimeter by millimeter. Not in a way that should frighten you, but in a way that should remind you. Nothing stays. Everything moves. And yet, in that movement, there is still beauty. The tide still comes. The light still glows. The memory still remains. This is what it means to witness slow change, to hold space for what is leaving, to honor what was, even as it becomes something else, to understand that orbit is not always closeness, but it is still connection, that what moves away may still belong, that love, like the moon, is not measured in distance, but in pull. So the next time you see her, don't just see a celestial body. See a story. See every quiet goodbye you've ever lived. See the mother letting go of her child's hand. See the friend you no longer call. See the parts of yourself that you no longer recognize, but still quietly thank. And know this, the moon is leaving, but she's not gone. She still tugs at your water. She still keeps rhythm with your breath. She still speaks in silvery riddles and quiet reflection. She still shines. And maybe that's enough. The universe might be flat, with no up or down. You were born into a world where up meant sky and down meant dirt. From your first breath, direction defined your experience. You crawled before you stood before you, climbed, and you climbed to feel tall, to feel like you were going somewhere. You grew up with gravity anchoring your sense of what's above and what's below. The sky was heaven, the earth was home, and falling meant danger. Your maps had north at the top. Your ceilings were above your head, your shadows beneath your feet. Your mind, trained in Earth's embrace, could not help but build meaning out of vertical space. And so, when you look up at the stars, you assume you are looking up into the cosmos. You imagine the universe like a room, with edges and corners, floor and ceiling, a center where you are, and directions that extend outward from you. But what if that's all wrong? What if the universe has no up or down? What if space is not arranged vertically or horizontally, or in any direction you can point? What if, despite the way it curves, grows and stretches, the universe is, in fact, flat? Not flat like a sheet of paper, but flat in a way only geometry understands. Flat like a structure without curvature on the largest scales. Flat like something that extends forever, with no edge, no center, no top, no bottom. And if this is true, and all current measurements suggest that it is, then the implications are staggering. Not just for how you imagine space, but for how you imagine yourself. To say the universe is flat is not to say it is two-dimensional, or compressed, or simple. It is to say that it follows the rules of Euclidean geometry, even across the largest possible scales. That parallel lines stay parallel, that the angles of a triangle add up to 180 degrees, that light travels in straight paths, unless distorted by local masses, that if you travel far enough in one direction, you don't loop back around. You just keep going. This flatness is not easy to detect. It is subtle, cosmic. It is measured by examining the cosmic microwave background, the oldest light in the universe, and how its tiny temperature fluctuations align. It is confirmed by studying how galaxies cluster, how light bends, how the expansion of the universe accelerates, and time again, what the data shows is this. The universe, on the largest scales, is geometrically flat, not curved like a sphere, not saddle-shaped like a hyperbola, but stretched evenly like a cosmic bedsheet, extending out in all directions without warp. But if the universe is flat, truly flat, then it has no center, no preferred location, no privileged position from which to say, this is where it all began. Every point is as central as every other. And if that's true, then you, standing here on your spinning planet, orbiting a modest star in a minor galaxy, are not in the middle. You are not above or below anything. You are simply within a structure that does not recognize direction as meaning, within a field where up and down are local illusions created by gravity wells and spinning reference frames. If you float far enough from any planet, you'll find that your body no longer knows which way is which. Your sense of above drifts. Your mind begins to panic, to reach for orientation, and the universe offers none. It shrugs, because in space there is no universal up, no cosmic north. There is only relativity, of motion, of position, of perception. And this is where science becomes mirror. Because if the universe has no up or down, then neither do you. You were taught to climb, socially, professionally, spiritually. You were told to aim higher, to rise above, to elevate your thinking, to reach enlightenment. But if space itself doesn't recognize verticality, maybe your obsession with ascent is misplaced. Maybe growth isn't upward. Maybe progress isn't linear. Maybe the desire to be above others, morally, intellectually, financially, is based on a gravitational metaphor that breaks down beyond Earth. Maybe what matters isn't how high you stand, but how deeply you connect. Across, not above. Through, not over. And the flatness of the universe speaks to something else. The absence of boundaries. You keep looking for edges, for ends, for lines where things stop and new things begin. You want the universe to have a border. You want to ask, what's beyond it? But in a flat universe, there may be no beyond. Space simply continues, indefinitely, infinitely, and that's terrifying, because your mind craves containers. It wants to know where things fit, where you fit. But what if the answer is, you fit nowhere and everywhere? What if you are not enclosed by space, but embedded in it, seamlessly, without edge? And here's the strangest part. If the universe is flat, then even the passage of time may be more malleable than you think. Because in a flat geometry, expansion never stops. There is no gravitational curvature strong enough to collapse the cosmos back on itself. This means the universe may expand forever, growing colder, darker, more diffuse. A flat universe is a universe with no final act, only dissipation. And in that endlessness, you realize endings are human, edges are psychological, direction is cultural. The universe is not a ladder, it is a field. So what does that mean for you? It means you can stop chasing up, you can stop fearing down, you can begin to understand that you are not climbing toward truth, you are floating in it. That meaning does not reside above your head, but within your frame. That purpose does not descend from heights, it radiates outward. And maybe, just maybe, the goal is not to rise, but to spread, to expand like space itself, to flatten the self, to erase hierarchy and embrace continuity, because the universe might be flat, with no up or down. But in that flatness, there is freedom, there is equality, there is infinite direction, and you, spinning silently in the middle of nowhere, are exactly where you're supposed to be. You can be blind to something right in front of you, inattentional blindness. You think you see the world as it is, a continuous stream of vivid images, colors, motion, and meaning, arriving at your eyes and processed by your brain with astonishing speed and accuracy. You trust your sight more than almost anything. You glance at a room and know where everything is. You cross a street because you believe you've checked both ways. You drive, navigate, make eye contact, recognize faces, catch objects mid-air, all thanks to the belief that vision equals awareness. But what if that belief is built on a lie? What if you're blind far more often than you know, not because your eyes are failing, but because your mind is elsewhere? What if your attention, that invisible thread tying your awareness to the world, is so narrow, so selective, that entire events can unfold right in front of you and you'll never notice? This isn't metaphor, it's measurable, and it's called inattentional blindness, a cognitive phenomenon where your brain fails to perceive something fully visible simply because it didn't expect it or wasn't looking for it. The most famous example is the invisible gorilla experiment. Participants were told to count how many times basketball players passed the ball. Halfway through the video, a person in a full gorilla costume walks slowly through the scene, beats their chest, and exits, and over half the viewers don't see it. Not that they're unsure. They are stunned to be shown the footage again. The gorilla wasn't hiding. It was in the center of the screen. But their brain deleted it. Why? Because they were told to count passes. And the brain obeyed. It filtered everything else out. The result is haunting. You can look directly at something and never see it. You can live inside a moment and miss its most important part. You can talk to someone, listen, respond, and yet overlook the emotional tremor in their voice, the shadow in their eyes, the unspoken plea between their words, and you won't even realize you missed it. This is the quiet horror of inattentional blindness. It feels like clarity, but it's a mask. It's not a failure of sight, it's a failure of focus. Your brain is a limited processor. At any given moment, it's bombarded with millions of sensory inputs, lights, shapes, sounds, textures, movements, far more than it can possibly digest. So it prioritizes. It constructs a working model of the world, built not from everything you see, but from what you need to see. That need is dictated by expectation, task, threat, reward, habit. If you're looking for your keys, you might miss the crying child nearby. If you're reading an email, you might not hear your name being called. If you're angry during a conversation, you might not notice the tears forming in someone else's eyes. The data is all there, but your attention decides what gets through, and everything else, no matter how blatant, becomes invisible. This selectiveness is not new. It's how humans evolved. Attention is a survival tool. It helps you focus on danger, on food, on opportunity. But in modern life, it becomes a filter so tight that reality itself gets warped. You don't see the world. You see a version of it pre-approved by your current focus. That's why magicians fool you. They manipulate attention. That's why car crashes happen at intersections. Because drivers fail to notice motorcycles or pedestrians right in front of them. Not because they weren't looking, but because they weren't attending, and it doesn't end with the visual. Inattentional blindness extends to memory, emotion, judgment. You remember what you focused on, not what was there. You react to what you perceived, not what happened. You fall in love with an idealized version of someone because you attended to their charm and missed their manipulation. You ignore red flags in behavior because your attention was glued to your desire. You miss opportunities because you weren't looking in the right direction. Inattentional blindness is not a glitch, it's how you function. And once you understand that, everything changes. You begin to wonder, what am I missing right now? What truth is in my field of view, but not in my awareness? What warning, what miracle, what mistake am I blind to? Not because it's hidden, but because my mind isn't tuned to see it. And the answer is, probably more than you'd like to admit. Because this blindness is constant, it's not occasional. It's woven into the fabric of your experience. You believe in your own attention as if it were a flashlight, pointing cleanly at the truth. But it's more like a keyhole, narrow, partial, easily tricked. When you focus on one thing, you exclude others. And this isn't just a personal failing, it's a structural reality of the brain. Studies using functional MRI scans show that when a person focuses intensely on a task, parts of their visual cortex go dark to other stimuli. Your brain literally shuts out competing signals to enhance performance, even if it means sacrificing awareness. And while that's helpful when threading a needle or playing a piano concerto, it's dangerous when the stakes are invisible. You can miss ethical lapses, creeping depression, relational decay, even physical symptoms of illness, simply because you weren't attending. Inattentional blindness hides not only from your eyes, but from your memory. You don't just fail to see, you forget that you never saw. This leads to overconfidence. You swear you checked the street before crossing. You're sure you listened carefully. You insist you would have noticed something that obvious, but you didn't. And the certainty you feel isn't based on accuracy. It's based on illusion. This matters more now than ever. In an age of constant distraction, endless notifications, task switching, screen addiction, your attention is fragmented. You flit from one task to another, from one notification to the next, never resting long enough to see the full picture. The result isn't just exhaustion, it's blindness. You miss the slow changes, the long-term damage, the quiet warning signs. You scroll past a cry for help. You overlook a meaningful connection. You mistake noise for signal. You drown in novelty and miss what's important. Inattentional blindness in the digital age isn't just personal, it's collective. Entire societies become blind to injustice, to environmental collapse, to creeping authoritarianism because their collective attention is elsewhere, focused on trends, outrage, scandal, entertainment, and in that misdirected focus, crucial truths go unseen. But there's hope in this realization. Because if inattentional blindness is built on where you place your focus, then you can shift it. You can train your awareness. You can pause, expand, soften your gaze. Choose to see not just what your mind wants, but what the moment offers. You can practice presence, deep listening, slow looking. You can catch the invisible by choosing curiosity over assumption. You can question what your brain filters out. You can ask, what am I not noticing? What would surprise me if I looked again? You can build habits of mindfulness that widen the eye aperture of attention, that invite the unexpected back into view. It won't eliminate the blindness, but it will shrink its grip. It will turn your gaze into something more generous, more porous, more open to the unseen. Because maybe the most haunting part of inattentional blindness isn't what you miss. It's that you never realize you missed it. You walk through your life thinking you've seen it all, felt it all, known it all. But there were gorillas in your hallway. There were truths in your mirror. There were warnings in your friendships, and you didn't see them, not because they were hidden, but because your mind was elsewhere. And that makes awareness not just a skill, but a responsibility, a discipline, a way of honoring the complexity of the world by admitting that you are not its perfect observer, but its partial guest. You are not a camera, you are a narrator, and narrators miss things. But the best ones know they do, and they keep looking, they keep listening, they stay humble, because they know that what's in front of them is never the whole story. Your brain makes up stories to explain your own actions. Confabulation. You walk through life convinced that your thoughts are honest, your decisions intentional, your reactions reasonable. You explain your choices with confidence, defend your behaviors with clarity, and recount your memories with a sense of consistency that feels unquestionable. You believe you know yourself, not just who you are, but why you are. But what if much of that belief is fiction? What if your brain is less an accurate historian and more a skilled novelist, weaving coherent narratives out of messy, chaotic internal processes you're not even aware of? What if your sense of self is built not from objective truth, but from post hoc storytelling? Elegant explanations stitched together after the fact to make your life feel whole, to give your behavior meaning, to protect your identity from fragmentation. This is not a psychological flaw. It is a feature of the human brain known as confabulation, the quiet mechanism by which your mind fills in blanks, smooths over inconsistencies, invents causes where none were known, and presents the final draft as fact. And here's the haunting part. You believe it. Not because you're lying, but because your brain doesn't tell you it's making things up. It simply hands you the story as if it had always been there. Confabulation is most famously observed in cases of brain injury, amnesia, or split-brain patients. Individuals whose neural pathways have been damaged or disconnected. In one classic experiment, a split-brain patient was shown 2 images simultaneously, one to each hemisphere. The left eye, processed by the right brain, saw a snowy scene. The right eye, processed by the left brain, saw a chicken claw. Then the patient was asked to choose related images from a set. They picked a shovel with their left hand, controlled by the right brain, and a chicken with their right hand, left brain. When asked why they chose the shovel, their left hemisphere, the verbal center, didn't say "I don't know." "I don't," it confidently replied, "to clean out the chicken coop." That explanation was fabricated. The left brain had no access to the snow image, but it had access to the behavior, and it filled in the reasoning. The story felt natural, logical, convincing, but it was false. This isn't a clinical quirk, it's a window into how all of us operate. Because the truth is, we're all split-brain patients, just not as extremely. Our conscious awareness is only a sliver of the mind's full activity. Most of what we think, feel, and do originates in unconscious processes. And our sense of narrative, of purpose, of why we do what we do, is a retroactive patchwork, a narrative our brain assembles so we don't feel like strangers to ourselves. Think of how often this happens in everyday life. You buy something impulsively, a jacket, a gadget, a dessert, and when asked why, you justify it. It was on sale. I needed a new one. I deserved a treat. But were those the real reasons? Or did you feel a craving, act on instinct, and then backfill an explanation to make it feel rational? You feel uneasy around someone, a coworker, a friend, a stranger, and tell yourself it's because they were rude, or distant, or dishonest. But maybe it was their voice, their smell, a resemblance to someone who once hurt you. Your brain protects you from the randomness of instinct by offering a neat explanation, one that fits your self-image. You think you vote based on reason, on values, on careful analysis. But research shows most political preferences are driven by emotion, identity, and gut instinct. The reasoning comes later, dressed up in logic to justify a choice that was already made. And this post hoc storytelling is so seamless, so automatic, that you rarely question it. Your mind creates the illusion of self-authorship, the comforting sense that you are the origin of your thoughts, the architect of your behavior, the conscious driver of your life. But behind the curtain, the script is being written by processes you'll never see. This raises a profound question. If your brain invents stories to explain your actions, what happens to the truth? And the answer is sobering. The truth gets edited. Your memories are not recordings, they're reconstructions. Every time you recall an event, you reshape it. You color it with current emotion, recent learning, subconscious bias. You smooth over contradictions. You make it make sense. That's why 2 people can remember the same event differently. Not because one is lying, but because each brain filtered, interpreted, and reconstructed the experience according to its own emotional logic. Confabulation isn't just about memory gaps, it's about meaning. When something in your behavior or past doesn't align with your identity, your brain often rewrites the facts to protect your sense of coherence. This can manifest as selective memory, false justification, or even invented events. You remember being more heroic than you were, more hurt than you were, more right, more careful, more in control. These aren't intentional lies. They're unconscious edits, and they're everywhere. But why does the brain do this? Why would it feed you fiction instead of fact? The answer lies in survival. Not just physical survival, but psychological. The human brain evolved not to discover objective truth, but to maintain a functional, cohesive sense of self in a world full of uncertainty, contradiction, and chaos. Confabulation is part of that strategy. It preserves the illusion of consistency. It smooths the narrative arc. It protects you from dissonance. If you acted out of jealousy, but think of yourself as generous, Your brain might adjust the memory to make the action seem noble. If you lashed out in anger, but see yourself as calm, your brain might reinterpret the trigger as more extreme. Over time, these edits become your story, and you believe it. Because the brain's job is not to give you truth, it's to give you a version of truth that you can live with. And this creates a quiet paradox. On one hand, confabulation keeps you sane. It allows you to navigate life without being paralyzed by the ambiguity of your own mind. But on the other hand, it distances you from your own reality. It hides your motives. It censors your impulses. It turns your life into a biography where you're the hero, but sometimes not the honest one. This doesn't make you dishonest. It makes you human. Everyone is walking around inside a story that feels true but was partly invented. Everyone is the protagonist of a self-narrative designed not just to explain, but to validate. And the more strongly you believe you're above this, the more likely you are to be deep inside it. But there is power in seeing through the illusion. Because once you understand that your mind makes up stories, you can start questioning them. You can begin to notice the gap between impulse and explanation, between action and narrative. You can catch yourself rationalizing and pause. You can ask, is this really why I did that? Is this memory accurate or emotionally edited? Am I telling the truth or just protecting my image of myself? These are difficult questions. They unsettle the ego, but they also create space for authenticity, for humility, for change. Because the moment you realize that your mind is a storyteller, you stop taking the story at face value. You start reading between the lines. You stop defending every chapter. And maybe you start rewriting some. This isn't about distrusting yourself. It's about deepening your self-awareness. Confabulation shows you that the conscious mind is not a camera. It's a commentator. And commentators have bias. They have blind spots. They get details wrong. But they also have the capacity to reflect, to revise, to grow. The more you accept that your brain fabricates explanations, the more freedom you have to become deliberate in your life. You stop being a puppet of your own justifications. You begin to live from awareness, not automatic narration. So the next time you catch yourself explaining why you did something, or remembering an event with suspicious clarity, or rationalizing a decision that didn't feel as clean when you made it, pause. Ask yourself, is this true? Or is this the version I need it to be? What am I protecting? What am I avoiding? What emotion am I covering with logic? Because beneath every confident explanation might lie a deeper, more honest answer. I don't know. And that answer, that brave, uncertain, humble, I don't know, is the beginning of something more real than any confabulated truth. It's the beginning of knowing yourself not as a perfect narrator, but as a flawed but curious witness. A being willing to question their own story, and in doing so, finally start writing it with both hands on the pen.